Hello, I'm here. Hey J Games. You like kissing boys, don't you? You silly little boy. No, I like to gamble on CSGO and actually get profit over CSGO because I profited yesterday as well. Basically I opened up 14 cases and I got a knife that's $400. But no, I don't like kissing boys. Hope you guys are doing well. I am still continuing on with Ni no Kuni. I'm gonna be very copium and show you guys that I am literally streaming for countless amount of hours now, as you can tell. 8 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours. Like, holy shit. Holy shit. I've been spending 8 hours lately just streaming. Don't know what's wrong with me. Probably gonna stream another 8 more hours, that's for sure. Oh wait, hold on, my grandma's coming in. Okay, never mind. Congrats on doing days work at your job. True. Actually true, putting in all the hours, but we don't talk about how much I get paid. Anyways. Anyways. Abby with the rain. Thank you very much for the rain. Much appreciated. Hope your stream went well. Hello guys, my name is Juhoju Horse. I am a horse streamer. I also am in the same Twitch team as Abby as well. I play a lot of horror games, but this ain't a horror game. I guess maybe it's kind of like a horror game where you're going into like different places. And the horror of actually playing this game for almost 30 hours now. Hope you're doing well, Abby. What were you streaming, by the way? Hope your stream went well. Yeah, today, back with Ni no Kuni. Are you doing Shadow Memories? Are you doing speedruns of Shadow Memories? How's the speedruns of Shattered Memories, by the way? Hope they are well. What was I supposed to do today? I don't remember what I was supposed to do. That and 3 and 2. God, you did. Wait, you did Silent Hill Shattered Memes 3 and 2? Wow. That's pog. I used to do like fucking 1, 2, 3, and 4. But now I suck ass. It's been a while since I've actually done most of the Silent Hill games nowadays. Yeah, thanks for the raid once again, and yeah. Set the horse free. Yo, Leo, who's that again? R25 said fuck you. Can't believe it, right? Hope you're doing well, Leo. Just know, R25 kept saying fuck you to Leo every time. Every single time. I can't believe this. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Leo. By the way, today we're playing, we're back to playing, man, he's getting banned on his stream, god damn it. Today we're gonna be playing again, Ni no Kuni, because, I've been playing Ni no Kuni for a while now. I don't even know how long have I been playing Ni no Kuni for, but I've been, like, having fun with Ni no Kuni lately. I think this has been a game that I've been having a lot of fun with lately. I'm liking it so far, so there's that. There's still a bunch of missions that I still have to do in order for me to I would say like go on with stuff. But I have to complete this main mission first, and then we could how you say? And then we could, I guess, do something about it. Yeah, I hope you guys are doing well today. Alright, let's talk to the person. You love horses? Hell yeah. Come to the dark side and be one of us instead of that puny RS-25. How many hours have you have in? Wait, hold on.
Oh, the Emperor.
Your Majesty.
Oh no, he's dead.
Father.
My dude's dead.
But why? What happened?
Cyanide!
Shadar.
Shadar?
Yes, he was here. He came to
Up with the horses, down with the
demand our
RS-25s.
unconditional surrender.
Huh?
But let it be known, I defied him. I would not bow.
Down
to
even
that
evil
wretch.
yes.
No, don't. Don't try to speak.
Gascon.
Huh?
My son. My beloved son.
Huh?
You really thought I couldn't tell?
You knew.
Your appearance may have changed, but I know my own flesh and blood.
Yeah, so this guy's fucking Gascon this whole time, like Lamau.
Is a mystery to all men, but I know.
Hey, Mango Dash. This is not Biohazard? Yeah, I've been putting in hours on this game lately, so...
Marcus
I've been playing this, like, every day.
leave it you. Protect the Empire
Hope you're doing well, Mango Dash.
now and in the future.
Churro loves RPG. No, I still love my horror games, honestly.
Father! No!
Yeah, thanks for the enjoy.
Please!
Gascon! Oh no!
Got to meet you again. And now this. I just wanted.
Dude, he's gonna die. Next, he's gonna play RE. No, PE. Yo, 400 subs, I will play PE.
This has to happen. Damn it!
Swain.
Rip. Is there a scary game you like? You're like, fuck no, I ain't playing that. I think Welcome to the Game 2 actually scared the shit out of me. Like any of the Welcome to the Game series, scrutinized as well. I think, yeah, we discussed this yesterday. Best we can do is 20. 20 subs today. No, 100 subs today. Then yes. No. At the top right, there is a sub goal. If I hit 400 subs, I will play Parasite Eve 1. Because I played Parasite Eve 2 for 300 subs, and it was met at the time. And I was like, yeah, if people can reach 400 subs, surely I'll play like Parasite Eve. But yeah, I wonder what's taking Sweeney that so long. I just can't believe that he's Gascon, the heir to all of Hamelin. My mind's boggled beyond all belief, man. I guess he didn't want us to know, huh? I suppose so. It won't be the same now. We know that he's a prince. You trying to go to sleep 4 a.m.? Jesus. Well, I'm going to act like I don't know. What time do you wake up, honestly? Don't you have work? Like, this is my work? Me too, unless Sweeney wants to talk about it. I'm not going to say a word. Oh, you don't need to worry about me, Mud. I'll have forgotten all about this in a bit. Couldn't remember couldn't remember it if I wanted to. Me, I wake up at 10, work at 11. Ooh. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Get some rest if you can. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's forgetting. Sorry to keep you waiting. Sweeney, or Gascon. I suppose it's time to go, but I need to say goodbye to Marcusson? Marcusson? I don't even know. I don't remember the name. Marcusson or Marcusson, whatever. Marcusson. Hey Guns, the Wrath of Brown Duo. What the fuck? All right. Saying goodbye to Marcusson. It's today that you're leaving, isn't it? Yes, Your Highness. Thank you for everything. No, I should be thanking you. Because of you, I was able to become my father's heir, and soon I'll formally inherit his title. Yeah, I bet the people of Hamelin are glad about that and all. I mean to give them a reason to be. I want them to know that they have nothing to fear from Shadar. I refuse to let him defeat us. I want Gascon to be able to come back to Hamelin whenever he likes, after all. I must keep the Empire safe until he does so. You'll make a fine emperor, Marcuson. Gascon will be proud of you. I hope so. He always believed in me, and I shall never stop believing that he will come. Dude! Dude, don't you fucking see? Gascon is like literally like standing in front of you, bro. Hey, thanks for 4. Yeah, I've been playing this game for about 5 days now. On stream. For 8 hours. Every fucking day. How the fuck do you know? I've been playing this game for like every day. Every day for the past 5 days. I hope you're doing well, 1864. Look at your locket, Ollie boy. It's all glow mud. You don't think? It must be. Marcus's belief in his brother must be real strong. I'm sorry. Your Highness, there's something who needs your help. Someone who needs some of the strength that's in your heart. My heart? Whoever you are whoever are you talking about? Well, your Highness. In the future, I mean, in our time, a piece of your heart is missing. My future self? That's right. And we need to share some of your belief with him to help him get back to normal. My belief. Very well. Hey, Gilwin. I can hardly refuse my own future self a piece of my heart. Give me your heart, bitch! Give me it! Yoink it! Take it all in! I'm guessing this is belief. Yeah, this is belief. Also, by the way, wait, hold on. Thank you very much, Your Highness. There is no need to thank me. No, please, give that belief to my future self. But before you go, Sweeney. Yes? When you return to your time, please give my regards to my future brother. I'll be sure to do that, Your Highness. Literally right in front of you, you fucking idiot. Righto, Back to the Future it is. You know what, which spell you want, don't you, Ollie boy? Beach time, ain't it? Roger, let's go. Let's go, everybody, to the future. Oh, fuck. Beach time. We're gonna, I don't know, time travel to places.
Okay, all together.
Today, tomorrow, yesterday. Send us safely on our way.
Today, tomorrow, yesterday! Holy shit! What the fuck? God damn.
Oliver's gone. They've all gone.
They're all gone! Fucking witches! They're just witches! Do we make it? Huh. Aren't we still in the same place? Joe will send you to sleep with his coming squeak. Yeah, true. No way, man. That's impossible. I know when a spell works, and that spell worked right and proper. We're back in our time. No doubt about it. Yeah, this place is different somehow. Sweeney? We made it back. It's all that matters. Now, isn't there someone we should be helping? Oh, of course. Come on, Oliver. Let's buy Marcuson. Sure thing. Let's go give him his belief back. Also, Leo, are you still here, Leo? Leo. Look at the amount of hours that I have at the moment on the top right. 29 hours on this game so far. Oh. I've been, 29 hours on this game so far. I've been streaming for like about 40-ish hours. No, 36 hours. Yeah, I think 36 hours, I think. Is it? No. 8, 16, 24. Oh, 32. 32-ish hours already, so there's that. Yo, femboy, pretty boy, what's up? Okay, I'll give you your belief. I don't care, like legit. I'm just gonna give you your belief, and then you are actually believing in yourself. Here we go. Boom, belief. Do you believe in magic? Do 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 do. I don't even know. What is this? This glow. I like how small Oliver is in comparison to like literally every other human being. What's happening? What is this warmth that spreads within my... What's happening? What is this warmth that spreads within my breast? Your breast? Sir? What have I been doing? All this time I have been so misguided. Help, my breast is warm. It was Shadar, Your Highness. He took the belief from your heart. My heart? My belief? Wait, I believe in people once more. I want to believe in people. It has been so long since I felt this way. Does this mean that you saved me? Was it you who gave me back the capacity to believe? It was, Your Highness. I did promise, didn't I? I promised I would come back and help you if you were in trouble. Wherever you were, no matter how far away. Wherever I see. Haha, now I see. You came back. I always knew you would. Thank you. There's really no need to thank me, Your Highness. Your Highness, we need your help. We want you to help us to defeat Shadar. What do you say? You mean to face Shadar? That is impossibly reckless. I am a great sage, and yet Shadar was able to enter my heart and take a piece of it with impunity. And yet I was saved, just as I was promised. Very well, I shall assist you. Together, we will defeat the Dark Jinn. Shadar's days are numbered. They sure are. Thank you so much, Your Highness. I knew you wouldn't let us down. And that is why you're the Emperor, Marcuson.
Well, well. What are we to make of this? It seems the Savior managed to acquire Mornstar after all.
I got my porn star. I mean Mornstar.
Travel back to the present. I would have thought that far beyond his meager powers.
Indeed. The power to breach time can be used but once in a mortal's life, can it not?
It would seem that he has benefited from yet more assistance.
And that its benefactor possesses formidable powers. Powers on a par with our own.
This supposed helper of his is no mere dabbler in the magical arts. Such powers recall those of that ancient king without whom our magic wands could not exist. Yes, I speak of my...
But that would be a truly terrifying proposition, if one such as he were to...
Fear not. Should the need arise, I shall take action myself.
Your Radiance? You mean to say...
I do. He cannot hope to defeat me. And I will tell you why.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Alright, everyone, listen. In order to defeat Shadar, we must first break down his defenses. Now, the Dark Jinn is protected by a magical barrier known as the Black Briar. The Black Briar? Yes, it is a cloying magical barrier with which no spells can permeate. Neither Rashad nor Alicia were able to overcome the Black Briar. This is why Shadar was able to defeat them. And with the other great sages incapacitated, he was able to delve deep into my own heart and steal a piece of it. But now, Marcuson, Your Majesty. Come along now, Esther. I once fought alongside you as a child. There's no need for you to use my royal title. The same goes for all of you. Sure, Your Majesty. Don't worry, Oliver. S tier. How you doing? Hey Shay, hope you're doing well. Don't worry, Oliver. I'm sure you'll get used to it. Now, I would dearly love to accompany you on another journey, on where we grow strong together, strong enough to defeat Shadar. But protecting the Empire has to be my first priority. There is also a small matter of rectifying the many mistakes I made while brokenhearted. I comfort myself with the knowledge that you now possess a wand that should enable you to defeat Shadar without my aid, Oliver. Mornstar once belonged to the Wizard King. It is said to have the power to overcome any enchantment. That must surely include the Black Briar that protects Shadar. Unfortunately, however, the wand you have in your possession is not complete. Eh? Not complete? What are you on about? Marstar's true power is beyond most wizards' comprehension. It is so powerful indeed that the ancient king who created it decided that its power should be divided between 3 magical stones. These three stones were then sealed away far from the wand itself. So we need to go find them, right? Yes, but I have an apology to make in that regard. Huh. Why? What have you done? A map detailing the locations of the 3 stones was once in my possession. I'm afraid, however, that it has been stolen. Stolen? While I was heartbroken, I must confess that I became rather neglectful of the palace's treasures. Books and maps would often disappear. To my shame, I actually observed several such thefts and did nothing. That sounds about right. I found it hard to care about anything much when I was broken-hearted. Well, this is a bit flipping rum. If the thief who pinched the map uses it to get hold of the stones, what do you think he's going to do with them? I do not know. What I do know, however, is the identity of the thief. His name is Kublai. He styles himself King of the Sky Pirates. Kublai? Of all people to tangle with? I should have known you two would be thick as a penis. Anyway, I don't suppose you know where he is, do you? That's the thing with the Sky Pirates. You never know where they are. They're always moving from hideout to hideout on these giant airships. Be that as it may, locating Kublai is still the easiest way for you to recover the 3 magical stones. He's very unlikely to cooperate peacefully, however. I had better teach you some new spells, Oliver. And then we got new spells. God damn. Fuse, Insight. You will almost certainly be doing a lot of traveling on your search for Kublai. Therefore, let me grant you one last spell. Travel? God damn. What does it do, your Markson? It instantly transport you to any location you have already visited. While I am unable to accompany you on your travels, I can at least make them pass more comfortably. That's great! And it means that we can come and see you anytime we like, Markson. Ha, indeed. Be sure to use it to return to some of the other places you have visited on your journey and find out what has Jesus! I finally have a spell to teleport! After 30 fucking hours! If you visit the Temple of Trials, for example, you will now be able to take part in the Solaceum series organized by my old teacher, Solomon. Oh wow, I would almost completely forgotten about Solomon and the Temple of Trials. Our first priority, though, is to find Kublai, King of the Sky Pirates. Why are you yelling? Because I spent 30 hours talking about no teleportation, and now we get a teleportation after 30 hours of playing this game. How you doing, Mirage, by the way? You can finally avoid at least 30% of the backtrack. I've already backtracked so much in this game because I did so many missions. I did so many side quests. And now they give me a teleport after 30 hours? I hope you're doing well, Mirage. Come on, Oliver. The next chapter to our adventure starts here. It sure does. Let's go. Finally achieving achieving fast travel. Look, after 29 hours of in-game time. Where's my fucking teleport? Travel. Oh my fucking god. Jesus. Wait, how many are there? Oh, I have 10. They should just give you a teleport directly before you fight Shadar as a giant fuck you. It is shit. I have no understanding why they would do that in like 30 hours. I was like, yeah, this game sucks because like, well, one thing that sucked in this game was just the fucking like no teleportation. I was like waiting for the teleportation to come, you know? And then, like, 30 hours in, it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna give you teleportation now. Like, what? It's tradition. Is it tradition to JRPGs? I guess it feels bad. I think I just finished watching the saddest game. Whoa, what's the saddest game that you have? What's the saddest game that you have watched, or did you watch? Hey Alex, it's some shitty old game design they just reproduce. Yeah, I really just didn't like the whole like, oh yeah, you spend like 30 hours. Not even like halfway into the game and then like, yep, we're gonna give you like teleport. I was like, huh? Remodded 2? I don't know if Mirage knows this. Wait, Mirage, do you know this? I'm gonna just do this real quick. Mirage, do you know this? Hold on. Did you know that I speedrun Remodded 2 like a long time ago? Like a hell of a long time ago, I speedrun Remodded 2. It was the shittiest game ever. I don't know how it makes you sad. I guess, okay, maybe the ending makes you sad. It's not the same. I think the ending of it was like, yeah, you couldn't, is it, like you reunite with your friend or something like that? I don't remember what it is. I know there was an ending where like, oh, you reunite with like your friend. And then they had like lesbian makeout session or some shit like that. They wanted to have a lesbian makeout session. No, they had a lesbian makeout session at the train. I forgot about that. The cutscenes were weird, I would think of. What do I have? I have believe. Wait, I still need kindness and courage. Which I still do not have kindness and courage. Anyways. How dog shit it is. It doesn't add to the game at all. I guess some devs might do it intentionally to extend playtime, which is just a shit, of course. Yeah, I guess it's kind of shit. But honestly, like, I'm just, like, very angry about it. That, you know, because I don't play a lot of JRPGs. It's been patched to be less shit? I guess so. Because I've never played the patched versions of the game. I've only played the unpatched version of the game. Because at the time when I played the unpatched versions of the game, there's a lot of the skips. So I have not seen like anything with the patched version just yet. Let me actually take you then. Hopefully I can actually take you then. Okay, what do you have? Remodded? No, Remodded 3 is not in the works. I don't think Remodded 3 is in the works at all. Wait, do I have belief? Wait, I have belief. Yeah, I have belief. Fuck that. Do you want courage? Yeah, you want courage. Where the fuck do I even want to... Where the fuck do I find courage? No, that's Remodded 2. Remodded 1 was 2020. Remodded 2 was 20... No, sorry. Remodded 1 was 2018. Remodded 2 was 2020. Remodded 3 was never out because, it was said that like the dev of the game or the owner or like creator of the game just didn't want to make the game anymore. There was no like interest into making Remodded 3. There was supposed to be 3 Remodded games until the creator was like, yeah, I don't want to make another Remodded anymore. He mentioned saying like Remodded 2 could just be the end, because people were shitting on Remodded 2, and they didn't make a Remodded 3 afterwards. I don't know if it's still in the works, but from what I remembered at the time, like the creator said like, oh yeah, we're not gonna make Remodded 3 anymore because we want to end it on Remodded 2, and also like the criticism from Remodded 2 was kind of bad at the time. Actually, right now, weird question. What is the reviews for Remodded Broken Porcelain? Remodded Broken Porcelain. It's mixed. It's a mixed review. Yeah. It's mixed reviews. 61 out of 475 people. No, 61% of 475 people have you know. Holy shit! It's 85% off. Fuck that shit. It's like the lowest it has been. Guess what? It's rip. Okay, I need that one to have. There's nothing to fix with patches. The game is at its core is shit. The shit gameplay, shit plot, shit everything. I kind of think that the plot was okay. The gameplay was just shit overall. I didn't like the gameplay at all. The plot was okay with, like, you know, the whole I wanna find my lesbian friend and reuniting with the lesbian friend. But otherwise, like a bunch of them, like fucking bitch there upstairs was like utter shit. I didn't like that at all. Let's go back to Ding Dong Dell real quick. I want to know what's in Ding Dong Dell. Whether or not I can actually find like another whatever it is. The plot is a joke. The plot is definitely a joke. Remastered 2 was basically a mother lesbian fighting themselves while people harassing her. I don't remember, honestly. It was just basically it talked about the prequel of Remastered 1. Yeah, it was just a prequel of Remastered 1. And that's about it. It caused me pain, yeah, of course. It literally did cause me pain, though. Hey, Mirage. You can tell it's one of those classic plots where a guy who has no idea about human psychology wants to create. I mean, like I said, like I kind of just think that it's just, you know, it's one of those games that it just felt bad at the start, and I was like, no, I'm not gonna. I don't feel like I want to just speedrun it at all. I just never did it afterwards, because it was like not into my favor afterwards. Wait. Are you the one? Okay, what do you need? You need belief. Okay, I have belief with me. I have my belief. I'll give you my belief. Nice art spare on the channel. Someone was wanting to like send pictures of their Sona, and I just sent back as well. Hope you're doing well, Firefly. Welcome, my very. But yeah, like I at first, like, I didn't really like Remastered at all. I don't think I really did like Remastered 2 at all. I think Remastered 1 is still the better game than Remastered 2, even though it also has a shitty plot as well. But like, I don't know how to feel about Remastered 2 nowadays. I think I won't really want to recommend Remastered 2 to a lot of people, because I don't want people to actually, like, play a game that is actually, like, shit mechanics, shit plot. Overall, like, I just don't like it at all. And it's, like, $40, so I'm not mistaken. I mean, right now it's, like, 85% off, but I still don't think, like, it's a good price. I got the game for free anyways. The only reason why I got the game for free was because at the time, I was one of the beta testers for the game. And then as the beta tester, I tried to play the game and it was like, nope. Not at all. And then, like, people were, giving all these bugs, but they never fixed it at all. They only fix it, like, a week. Or like, no, it's not even a week. Like, a day after the game was released. We were telling, like, the devs to fix these bugs during the beta testing. And they never listened until, like, the game came out. It was so bad. kind of like HM2. What's HM2? I recommend. I actively recommend people against speedrunning it because, yeah. What's HM2? I love how 50% of Jules' art is just him simping. Yeah, it's just me simping, honestly. Yeah, like I said, I think like the lesbian plot of it was okay. Like I didn't mind the lesbian heart of you know, the story, which is pretty okay. But otherwise, like a lot of the stuff in that afterwards is just like, no. I don't think I would like it. Wait, what do I need? Oh wait, hold on. Hotline Miami 2? Oh, I see. That sounds like pretty awful devs. It is. And then the devs was like, I mean the creator was like, yeah, I'm not gonna fucking make a Remodded 3 anymore. So Remodded 3 wasn't made. And I don't know whether they're in the they're still doing they're still doing Remodded 3, but I remember that Remodded 3 is not in the works anymore. I don't think it's in the works. Oh my god! That's a lot! I got 3 stamps, okay. Imagine buying the 2 games and being denied of an ending. Are you raising subs to give PE1 a playthrough? No, it has been the same as always. After PE2, I put it at 400 subs. And since then, it has never been met. Like, legit, I put PE2 because Amai was forcing me to play PE2. I was like, okay, 300 subs, I will play PE2. And then I played PE2 because it was, the sub goal was reached. And then I was like, okay, I'll play PE1 if it's 400 subs. And then it's still there ever since. Maybe after making a handful of shit games and regressing instead of improving, it's time to realize you're not a good dev. I mean, the guy did make, the guy did work on, okay, Heisei is gonna like literally fucking freak out. They did Nightcry. He did Nightcry. Which is also one of the shitty games out there. Peppa Pig speedruns? God, no. Yes, and it's a shit game. And then he made into like more shit games afterwards. Yeah. Oh no, I didn't mean you are raising the goal. No, I'm not raising the goal at all. No. That's on Peppa Pig. No, I'm not gonna make. I'm not gonna speedrun Peppa Pig at all. There's a Nightcry element. Yeah, there was a Nightcry element. The guy also did work on Nightcry before making Remothered 1 and 2. It was supposed to be called Going Porcelain, if I'm not mistaken, but then they changed it to Broken Porcelain. I'm so confused on what to get. I guess I'll get this one. I want this. The guy only makes shit games. Yeah. Holy shit! That's a lot! Okay, you know what? Today's stream is just me doing errands right now. I'm gonna do a bunch of errands right now. Because I technically want to. Would you speedrun a horror game where you are the main protagonist? Maybe. I don't know. Seems very, what do you call it? Seems pretty, dumb, but sure. Asian game devs love the shitty fetch quests. $200 hours of filler, yeah. This is literally my filler at the moment. Ding Dong Dao, Alma Moon. Yeah, let's go back to Ding Dong Dell and then actually look at the Summerlands map. Is this the Summerlands? No, this is Rolling Hill. Whoops. That means, Baboon is Summerlands. Ding Dong Bell exists in 1-1. Yeah, Ding Dong Dell exists in 1. Wait, this is a shimmering land, shimmering sands. Where is the Summerlands? Fuck, where is the Summerlands? I don't remember where the Summerlands is. Final Fantasy having 20 hours gameplay if you move long walking. The only thing I'm saying is that Ding Dong Dell is Big Hotspot 2. But I know that it's a different storyline if I'm not mistaken. The whole plot of that game is like a different storyline if I'm not mistaken, right? Ooh, do not lag, do not lag.
Fancy your chances, do you?
It's the same story? No, I mean it's isn't it like a different character? Different character, same story, huh? Okay. I don't know because I only heard about Ni no Kuni 1. And I've been wanting to play Ni no Kuni 1 for the longest of times. And I got really like invested into like the story of it so far. Same world, different protag, different story, different goal. I just only know right now it's different story. Sorry, the different protagonist, sorry. Did I say different protag? I meant to say, yeah, I meant to say like different protag.
What can I say? It's
yeah, like I said, like people said it's like mixed. Or like I heard people saying that it's like, oh, it's a good game but also it's a bad game. So I don't know, it's kind of mixed and like from what I've heard. I have not played anything on the second game just yet, so I can't really say anything about it, but I mean, I'm liking Ni no Kuni 1 at the moment because I feel like it was like an easy game for me to actually get into.
We did it!
There you go. There's that guy. That's a feature. I don't know, like I said, like I really do like Ni no Kuni 1 because it's how simplistic it is. I'm just a sucker for like simplisticness. Oh, simplicity, sorry. Or Gussie. Or Grr. How is that no effect? Your war cry. Show me your war face! No, let me see your war face! Whore face. I got punched in the fucking head. Jesus. Little bitch.
We did it!
Alright, cool. That's one bounty done. Where is the Summerlands? I kind of forgot where the Summerlands was. Golden Grove. Is this not the Summerlands? I guess this is the Summerlands, right? Wait, hold on. You know what? Temple of Trials. Let me see what's in the Temple of Trials real quick. Because I kind of forgot about the Temple of Trials. Yeah. 2 is a lot easier. Ooh. But like I said, I have not known about 2 at all, so I don't really know anything about 2. I might play 2 on stream, but I'm not too sure about it just yet. Because I don't know. I've been playing this one for a while, and you know. Welcome back, you lot. Well, do you think things are pretty lively around here these days, aren't they? That's because I'm holding the most amazing content in the universe, the Solstium series. Familiar keepers have come from all over the world to pit their best beasties against each other. It's the hottest ticket on 4 continents. Speak to Umbopa for all the boring details. I hope you wimps don't embarrass yourselves too badly. You came. Umbopa has been waiting. Umbopa is tired of waiting. But now it is time. It's time for the Solstium series. Here, only the strongest familiars fight. The rules are simple. Umbopa will explain. Fight familiars. If you win, fight some more. Then fight some more. Understand? The Solstium series has 6 events. E, D, C, B, A, S. 6. Understand? Good. Win any ranks to get prizes and money. Do you hear that? Do you hear the great big lump? Money? Prizes? Is anyone else starting to get fired up about this? I guess it does sound pretty exciting, but do not forget, you cannot use items in the Solstium series. Now it's time to begin. Let's give it our best shot. Ooh. If you're injured, Umbopa will heal you. Fight with all your might. Is it a 1v1 situation or like? It seems like a 1v1 situation. I think this S rank is endgame stuff. Well, that's why I'm not starting with S rank. Dumbass. How you doing, Oogie? Hope you're doing well. We're gonna deal with these chumps? No cheeseburger allowed? God damn. How you doing, Scarlet? Looks like we'll be your first opponents. Don't underestimate us just because we're small. I'm gonna beat the whole family up. Bruh. Bro, watch this. Watch this. Hold on, wait. Oh fuck, no! Stop it! Okay, wait, hold on. Watch this, bitch. Boom. Almost dead. They're almost dead already. Look. Oh shit, the whole family. Oh man. Oh man.
What can I say?
That's the whole family, dude. Oh man.
You didn't have to take it so seriously. We're only little, you know.
To just walk away like that. Next you shall do battle against us. Oh fuck. Oh shit, adults. We are the Babana merchants of Al Moon. We fight so that the world may know the delights of all things Babana. From poor the rich family. They stood no chance. They stood no chance at all. Oh fuck, wait. Look at the Babana, man. They stood no chance at all. Oh wait, hold on. What the fuck? What the fuck? He stole my orb! Motherfucker stole my orb! Did you see that shit? Oh my. Did you guys see that shit? The orb went to another fucking familiar instead of the. Oh, fuck. Can I steal my Bambana? A wonderful performance. Would you perhaps be interested in doing some promotional work for my Babana stall? It would seem we are to be your next opponents. Needless to say, the prize money on offer is of little consequence to us. The Gilderbergs.
but we shall nevertheless accept it should we win. We did not amass our fortune by looking gift horses in the mouth. After all,
Which the billionaires? We're gonna beat those billionaires to the ground. How are you doing, Shay? Hope you're doing well. Alright, fuck those billionaires. Hold on. You stream? Oh. Financial penis envy. Motherfucker's poison. God damn, I didn't realize.
Is that it?
Yay! I win. Rank E clear. God damn, I got my rank E smile. Give me my money. How much money? Impressive. How about you come and work for me as my bodyguards? I'll double. No, triple your current salary. Triple my current salary? God damn. I'm gonna make billions and billions and billions of dollars. You have won rank E. Well done. Here is your prize. $2,000. 3 times 0 to shut the fuck up. Good luck in the next rank. Oh shit, Dragon Tusk. Who can use the Dragon Tusk? Which one of you fuckers can use the Dragon? You can use the Dragon Tusk! Holy shit! Use it. Dragon Dildo. Oh yeah, we got the Dragon Dildo. Let's go with rank D. Bad Dragon Tusk? Oh god. Yes, let's walk in to the gates of rank D. The rank dick. Oh god, we're gonna fuck up furries. Oh no. Oh no, we're gonna fuck up the furries. Oh my god, are you serious? Oh fuck. The furry circuit? The furry circuit, man. Oh my god, I'm about to die. Really? Am I about to die? Oh god. I'm probably about to die. Holy shit. Wait, hold on. Oh god. This might be bad. This might be bad.
What can I say? It's a gift.
Wait, I can't eat hamburgers over here, right? I can't eat my burgers over here, right? Oh my, you're pretty good at this. Yeah, fuck off, furries. Oh yo, the sexy chicks. Holy shit. Oh my god, they're hot as fuck. Guys, I think I'm about to come. Exterminate the furs. Oh, wait. let's see about this one real quick. Oh! Shit! Jesus! This thing's about to die. There we go. Dead. Give me my shit, bitch. You win. Alright, see you later, hot girls. Bye-bye. The streamer has none of the Giga Vogue. I don't have them because I only have the ones that I kind of just feel it's good enough for me. Also, wasn't there like gold stuff as well? Oh my god, it's Tommy! Motherfucking Tommy. Have you met my new friends? I found him while I was playing by the seaside. Watch out, he's really strong. Oh my god, hi Tommy! It's a turtle? My dude has a fucking turtle?
Ready?
What if I use this instead? This is such a 16, Jesus. Okay. I mean, to be fair though, it also means that it's probably not gonna get reached anyway, so... What the fuck? Okay, Jesus, What do you mean I owe it? I don't owe anything. Wow. That fucked Esther up. So are we the problem? No, I'm just saying that I'm probably gonna put it up there because no one's gonna do that anyways. Oh shit, oh, I don't have any spells. Uh-oh. Does Esther have any spells? Oh, she don't. Oh no. None of these guys have any spells. Ugh. Crap. Okay. Oh no, Sweeney's dead. Jesus. Where's Sweeney? What the fuck? Is Sweeney? Swanee? I don't even know. Sweeney. Sweeney's dead anyways. Oh no. I might have just fucked it up. My dude's like shooting himself. Oh, fuck me. I'm gonna get beat by a small fucking child, man. Small child's gonna beat me up. Nine damage on it, and that's about it. Jesus. That's gonna suck ass. Uh-oh. That's literally gonna suck ass. Yeah, I probably need a lot of MP to kill it. That also means that I had to block a lot. What the fuck? Children got hands? Yeah. Oof. I'm just gonna try my best. that's what it matters, I swear. Bro. Oh fuck. I don't understand. What you guys are talking about? Wait, hold on. I really don't know because I don't play these kind of games. I'm just like fighting it out. I don't have magic though. Everyone's dead and I don't have magic. All I can do is just circle him around. Ow, Jesus. Oh. Is that a hell of a fest? I feel like I just need a heal. Oh fuck. Whoops. Kinda fucked it up. Wow, I beat you, Oliver. Looks like shit. I don't know, how do you even like I feel like I just don't know how to use magic a lot more. I feel like every time when I try to play like any kind of RPG games, it's just, I don't know how to use magic. And that's like a time when I do not know how to use magic and try to heal myself a lot more so I could fight. What else could I do? Same progress after losing. I mean, just save my progress, man. This is nothing much I can do as well. Because there's still a lot more missions. I just need to remember where the summer lens is. Is this the summer lens? Where is the summer lens again? I don't remember where the summer lens are. All the way there. Are you the guy? You're the guy. What do you need? Belief. Do I have your belief? I don't have belief. Do I really not have belief? That means I have to go back to Ding Dong Bell. Ding dong, ding dong. Ding dong my cock. Is it Ding Dong Dell? Wait, hold on. No, it's not. It's Alma Moon then. You have it? Oh, you have Restrain. Which was the one that had... Which one's the one that had Believe? Someone had Believe. I forgot which one was it. Hamelin. Temple of Trials. Golden Grove, the Deep Dark Wood. Old Smoky. Tombstone Trail. I kinda just forgot what to do now. Hey Christian, hope you're doing well. Guess I just go back here for a bit. Cause I think there are like there's one right here, yeah. Actually, you know what? Maybe it's time for me to do a lot more farming.
We can do this! Here Nice work!
Okay, my MP just leveled up a little bit. But I think I need a lot more than 40. I think I need a lot more than 40. I think I at least need 45 or 40, 50. Wait, what is the maximum amount of levels that you can get in this game? I bet it's like fucking over 100 or something. Or maybe like... God, if it's like over 200, god damn it. 99? Oh. Choose one. Dark Souls, Final Fantasy, or... Honestly, all of these games kind of suck. I don't like playing... If I were to choose one, I think Dark Souls, because like, it's the game that I'm okay with playing. I don't want to play like League of Legends or Final Fantasy.
Here we go.
I think League of Legends is just a game where I'm super just bad at it. Not interested and super bad at it. I lost to like 1v1 fights in like 1 minute because I do not know what to do in the game. Like legit. It is for me because I don't know which one should I play. Oh! I don't know. Are you toxic on League of Legends? If you're toxic on League of Legends, no. If you're, I don't know about Final Fantasy though. If you have like put a lot of hours on Final Fantasy, then yeah, sure. If you have not, then I guess you can always wait it out for a while. Dark Souls is okay with the fact that if you're okay with being a shitty fucking gamer, I would say, like me. Because I'm a shitty fucking gamer and I still play it. Haha! I know what to play right now. Oh, you don't know. Fug! Oh god, I'm gonna fight a guy called Fug. Fug! That's no effect on my stuff. I see. I'm probably gonna fucking... Am I really that confused? Holy shit, wait, hold on. Oh, yeah, did. Honestly, I don't know, because like all the games that like for me to think that what to play, The only one that makes sense to me is just Dark Souls. I don't like League of Legends. I don't like Final Fantasy. I'm okay with Dark Souls though, because I know I played it before, but I also suck at Dark Souls. I really just don't know what to do with Dark Souls most of the time. I think mostly on Dark Souls you just like literally just you fight hard bosses and that's about it.
We did it!
Metamorphable. I still need a fucking metamorph, my dude. I just can't metamorph at the moment. Wait, I've already done with that thing, right? Yeah, I've done with that thing. Where is the Summerlands? Is this the Summerlands? I still do not know where the Summerlands is at. I'm guessing here's the Summerlands. Summerlands, halfway up Oats. Oh, okay. South of Den of. Okay. Western Summerlands, near Russet Isle. Okay, so I guess it's the. Hold on. No, wait. Do I really have to go there? Okay, hold on. I guess it's halfway up Old Smoky, so I can actually go to halfway up Old Smoky. Old Smoky. But then again, I still have to go through the whole fucking maze of Old Smoky anyways, right? Come. Yeah, I still have to go halfway up Old Smoky. Ugh.
Here goes nothing.
I kinda need to find fucking familiars where it's strong against the familiars with like the weird badges thing, like the sun, moon, star, whatever it is, and then what defeats what. I think it's probably shown. Link's not responding. Fix this, Juho. I can't come. Well, keep clicking. Keep clicking harder. Click harder until you can actually do it. Click harder. See a doctor, maybe.
Here goes nothing. Here goes.
We did it!
This way.
Here we go!
Here goes.
Nito!
Okay, so it's near. Hey, yo, what up? Wait, hey, yo, come back here. I want to get my XP. I want to get my XP, bitch.
Here we go!
Get in here. Die. There we go. They're all dead. Ripperoni and pepperoni, man. Ripperoni and pepperoni, they're all dead. I can't believe this. God damn. I do need to still buy some stuff from the shop. I think later on I will buy some stuff from the shop. Not too sure what it will be later. sharpener. Wait, hold on, sharpener. Why are you still in the volcano? I'm trying to find a boss to kill. Well, like a fucking bounty to kill. How are you doing? Alright, let's hope you're doing well.
Here we go.
But also because I spent like 16 hours on this volcano, Smile. Literally spent 16 hours on this volcano. Like, no joke, as you can tell. Like, 30 hours in this game already. I spent like more than half of the game on this volcano, Smile.
Here we go.
Are the only 3 settings I've seen you in the star where you drove a car in a river, this volcano, and a private ship? There's a car in a river? How the fuck are the 3 connected? So, the volcano is because it was supposed to erupt and kill the people in the desert, but the child saved the town by covering the volcano up from erupting. So there's that. I drove a car. What the fuck does that mean? I drove a car into a river. What does I drove a car into a river mean? The pirate ship was because so the pirate ship is just traveling. The start of the game. Oh, okay, yeah, the start of the game, yeah. So the start of the game is that, like, basically it broke. The bike that you were riding broke, and then it went into the river, almost drowned you. And then the mom came to save. Yeah, the mom came to save Oliver, but then the mom died. Yeah. Yeah, the car I was driving literally broke. And then Ripperino and Pepperoni, honestly. Horse drivers? It's not even me who drove the thing. What sound is she making? Goddamn, she was like, like, what the fuck was that? In between like fights, she just goes, like, what the fuck? I can't use it here? What do you mean I can't use it here? The fuck? That means I had to go all the way down, huh? Bruh. Now I had to go all the way down just to actually... oh, fuck off. Just to go back to where I came from. He took some fucking Zaza. Like, he literally took Zaza. And this is like his fantasy dream at the moment while he takes Zaza. He's like, oh no, my mom's dead. Time to eat the Zaza. And then literally he's trying to save his mom while being in like fucking, I don't know, LSD or some shit. Hey, Shy. What Zaza? It's the Zaza, man. The Zaza. The nice pizza's pizza? No, that's Za. Isn't pizza short? Yeah, isn't Za the short form for pizza? Not Zaza. Hey, so you're doing well. Zaza, yeah, Zaza weed, Zaza. We got the Zaza. Hold on, let me check something real quick. I got the Zaza. Okay. Hey! Hey yo, my game! Hey yo! Hey yo! Okay. Zaza sounds like a drug. It is like a drug. It's weed. The Zaza. You take the Zaza. I know Za is pizza, in short. Come back here. I would want your XP! Give me your XP, bitch.
Come on.
High on the Zaza. Yeah, the child's high on the Zaza. And now he's coping to actually find his mom right now. As he's on Zaza. As he's on the Zaza, he's trying to find his mom right now. My mom, come back right now. While at home, just like coping right now.
Here goes nothing.
Weed doesn't make you hallucinate unless it was laced with more. I don't know, probably LSD then. You know, it could be the LSD instead. What the fuck are you talking about? We're talking about like how Oliver is coping at the moment because like literally he's in a fantasy world, but in reality he probably took some drugs to actually like cope on himself. He's like literally coping at home. He's like, I want my mom to be alive. I wish she was alive. And then he takes like some LSD. Motherfucker took LSD and then like right now he's in the fantasy world of saving his mom from whoever it is. I forgot what the name is, honestly. If he was on weed, he would be staring at the dripping faucet or something. He probably is. He probably would be. He's gonna defeat Shadar, and then afterwards, like literally, he wakes up like, "Hello, dear." Taking drive. High five on chat. I don't know, I'm a good boy. I don't take drugs. Okay, I don't take drugs, guys. Don't shame his coping choice. Goddamn. his coping choices of trying to find his mom again.
Here we go.
He probably took like copium or something, honestly. Wait, now question. I'm gonna be dumb to ask this, but in Ni no Kuni 2, does the different protagonist's mom die? Or is it another story plot? I hope it's like another story plot, please. Drugs aren't addictive. I've been taking drugs for 20 years and just all I think about, so I doubt I'm ever. I don't know the lore. Okay. It's a whole entire thing. I don't know, man. Someone said it was the same plot. I was like, oh. Elma Moon. Ding Dong Dell. Castaway Cove. Someone surely has to have the Hamelin. Forest Dwellers and Shipwreck Shore. Shipwreck Shore. Oh! Oh, I know where Shipwreck Shore is. Okay. Wait, Shipwreck Shore. Yeah, I think I know where Shipwreck Shore is. I hope. It's near Castaway Cove. Cannabis is a mild hallucinogen, strong source, and depending on your tolerance, you may hallucinate. Okay, we need to... We totally need to guess the drug that Oliver is on at the moment, I guess. Okay, guys, what drug is Oliver on at the moment that is making him hallucinate and trying to find his mom again? Is my dude on the Zaza? Your mom's pussy. Yo! Oliver's on my mom's pussy juice in order to beat copium for his mom instead. How you doing, Xeon? Hope you're doing well. He's just on hard crack or something? Probably.
We did it!
Saliva. Is this Shipwreck Shore? Also, how much of the damage I'm gonna be dealing with these guys now that I'm like level 41? Well, let's try it out. Boom. Crack and mom's pussy juice sounds like a fucking awesome day.
Come on, you guys! Here goes!
Alright, how much damage am I gonna deal with them right now? Holy fuck. Okay, it's 35 now. It's okay. Okay damage now. I'm down? Jesus. Joe actually playing good RPG games to get viewers actually 5-hit. Well, to be fair though, I've been wanting to play RPG. I've been wanting to play this game for a while now. I think like this game was one of those games that I'm like kind of just interested in. I had like no regret. It's not that I would hate it. It's more on the fact that I don't think I would complete it off stream because like I just don't finish my games at all. I have games that I never finished like off stream. I played fucking Night in the Woods and I never finished it at all. Cockhead? I installed Cockhead, never played it yet. I don't even know when the fuck did I even... Okay, when did I even install Cockhead? I want to check again. When did I install Cockhead? I installed Cockhead on... When did I install Cockhead? Stream it? I'm not gonna stream it now. I got Cockhead on February or March. I never touched it at all. Never finish in the streets, finish immediately in the sheets. Saying cock a lot kinda sus. Why, do you not like cock? I think cock is cool. I like chicken. Inner strength just to kill this one person with a kick. I love.
We did it.
Your ad break sucks. Oh wait, hold on. Whirligig. Whirligig, really? No, fuck that shit. Can I not have Whirligig, please? I like immature ejaculation because you jack off too much. I don't know if Mirage is gonna be here, but I'm just gonna say this, that Amai asked me to turn on ads because he said that it's gonna give me more revenue. and then he's told me to like do it for a month, and then I'm gonna show him that it's not gonna work at all. Because I mean, the ad revenue doesn't really do much for me at all. I don't think the ad revenue actually does much for me. That's why I was like, okay, I'll do it for a month. You're totally gonna know that it's not gonna work out that well. So this was all Mai's idea for me to actually put ad revenue.
Let's go. Here goes.
But the other thing that you can always do to take away the ad revenue is the ad stuff is just subbing to the channel, and that's about it. So if you sub to the channel, you don't get the ads. If you use your Prime sub, you don't get the ads. Where's this thing? I would do anything for Yeah, Mirage, I'm just gonna say this, that like the ad stuff was all because Amai told me to turn on ads. Initially, I don't have ads at all. Like I don't turn on ads at all. Or maybe it's just like in the beginning of the stream, and then there will be ads, and that's about it. But Amai told me that like, oh, if in order for me to make more money, I had to turn on ads. And then I told him I didn't want to. And then for like the past couple of months, he kept telling me to turn on ads, and then I'm doing it right now, just for a month, and that's about it. And then I'm totally gonna like shut it off sooner or later, because I don't think the ad revenue is gonna work at all. If you don't use an ad blocker, then you only have to blame for yourself, I guess. But also at the same time, I really didn't want to turn on ads at all, because I don't think ad revenue actually would work out that well. I use app, which is called canceling subscription. I don't think canceling subscription would actually help you at all, because you know the ads are gonna still pop up a lot more. Wait, hold on. I know, but fucking Amai was like, yeah, you should try. I'm like, ugh. Shipwreck Shore. Am I on Shipwreck Shore? I am on Shipwreck Shore. What? Southern part of the Shipwreck Shore are amazing in alchemy. What? If you, I use ad blocker, which is called subscribing. What the fuck? I read that as unsubscribing. I was like, what the fuck? Why the fuck would you unsubscribe? Where's my forest dwellers? I can't seem to find my forest dwellers. Is it at YouTube? I heard the one that's from YouTube or some shit like that. I don't even know.
Watch this.
Yeah, I kind of heard about the one that is on YouTube. Like they block people from watching videos because they use ad block on YouTube or some shit like that, which is kind of weird. More damage on this one, so it don't really matter. There we go. Insinuating a website you use frequently doesn't deserve your money, but still using it. My only take is that like I don't think ad revenue actually works to give me more money. I just like I kind of just like think about like how you say not wanting people to have like, how do you say this, like Oh yeah, I know it's not me, but like I kind of just think like people should view my channel as more of a stream rather than like a TV show, you know. But since Mike keeps telling me, oh yeah, you will make money from ad revenue, I'm like I really just don't want to. From like I know it's like an extra bit of money, but like I still do not want to, because I still want people to watch my stream with like ad free. Maybe like ads in the beginning, sure, but like it's more of like the ad free content, you know. Otherwise, people are just gonna leave a lot, right?
Is that it?
Where's my forest dwellers? I still can't find my forest dwellers. Is it here? Where are the forest dwellers? I don't think they give a shit. You should run ads. Rs25, you already know that I run ads. If you're not subbed, the ads are already there. You run pre-rolls? No, it's the 3-minute ones, because Mike told me to do so. And I hate it. I still fucking hate it. I don't hate getting money. I hate that it's ruining people's fucking like viewing experiences, you know? Like, if you're unsubbed, you're gonna wait 3 minutes just for me to like come back on stream again, you know? I don't think I like that kind of shit. I'd rather have like an ad-free viewing. Other than pre-rolls. I think pre-rolls are okay. But like, other than that, like, if there's like a fucking like ad for like 3 minutes, I'm just gonna like literally like look away. If people want ad-free viewing, they pay. True. But it's tough to play around ad time. It is. When you do not know about when the ad time is gonna be at. How am I gonna cross over again? Oh yeah, it's that way. So, okay. So, this is the thing that I'm gonna say. Alright? If you wanna have ad-free viewing, alright? Sub to the channel, use your Prime sub. I don't know, pay $5 or use your Prime sub for free Prime. I don't know. I mean, if you want to support the channel, sure. But all I'm just saying is that, like, if you want to avoid that, anyways, just get Twitch Turbo. Twitch Turbo is also good as well, but also at the same time, they don't provide Twitch subs anymore, is it? I don't know. Do they do the whole the whole like free subbing thing as well? Can I suck you off a sub? I don't know, can you? But my whole thing is that like I rather have people just like watch like the streams like ad free. I mean, it's kind of like an investment for sure, or it's kind of like a ploy that I put ads on and want people to like fucking pay for it. Okay, it's like this, you know, like, oh yes, I put ads on, pay me money right now in order for you to not get ads at all. Would you do that? You have to pay me money in order for you to not watch the ads. Would you do that? Give money or you get 10 ads every time. Yes. If they understand the basic model, they're fine with it. I guess. But also at the same time, there are people who do not like it as well. I mean, I don't mind with ads as well, but like sometimes the ads would take super fucking long, then I'm like, yeah. I don't think I'm gonna be into it at all. We'll see. I gotta pay $7 for a Brazilian Fimble. People don't like it, they can pay. Yeah. Hey, bro. You're doing well. You get money one way or another, I guess. But I guess it's also like just literally my opinion of I rather have people watching my streams for like ad free than watching my streams for with the ads on, you know?
Let's go.
Like I don't want people to like watch 3 minutes of ads. Because people will complain about it to me later on, and I'll be like, kind of, I feel bad about it, you know. And then what am I gonna tell them? Like, oh yeah, fucking like give me money in order for you to watch. If you don't want to watch, fuck off. You have to pay me money right now in order for you to watch. If not, you have to fuck off right now. Am I supposed to go up? Like here? Up? Oh wait, that's the... Okay, wait, hold on. I don't think it's $40. I don't think it's an extra $40. Hold on. I checked this like a few days ago. Or like a... I don't use anything. I don't have any sponsors. Hold on. There. I think it's still the same though. I think it's still the same as what I get, you know? Did you run it for all 30 days? I think I started running it on the day when Amai told me to no, I turned it on the day that Amai showed me yours, and I think someone else's ad revenue, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So that was on that day. Then I turned it on. Compared to 4 in just 2 weeks. I think I earned like not just 25. I earned like maybe I don't. It's roughly the same but a bit lower. Let me actually check. Wait. Ads specifically? Hold on. Ads. Was it like yesterday? Oh, what the fuck? It was low at the time that I checked. Yeah, it was low at the time that I checked. I didn't realize it would be that high. What the fuck? Is it because I've been streaming for 8 hours daily nowadays? Is it because I've been streaming for 8 hours daily? Wait. So weirdly enough, I get like $3 every day now. Because I've been streaming for... No, $4 every day. Because I've been streaming for 8 hours lately. Huh. Interesting. Based on viewers and stream time. 0.01. It used to be, I think, like 50 cents. per... Where am I at? Hold on. It used to be, I think, like 50 cents per stream, because even if I... Wait, what? Even if I were to fucking, how you say? Even if I were to stream like 8-9 hours, it's gonna be like 50 cents to $1. I don't know, I feel like I just still feel bad about like turning on the ads, because I don't know if like it's gonna like I guess people come and go. Doesn't really matter. I just think that people come and go, not hold on, let me check something real quick. Pushing for a turbo but saving money to move. Had to cut back on a lot of stuff. Oh yeah, I know Mirage is moving, yeah. 6 minutes over 3 hours isn't bad. No, I actually put 3 minutes of ads. So it's 9 minutes on 3 hours. Yeah. They wouldn't have stayed either way. Yeah. Wait, what other missions I can do right now? Hold on. I know one guy needs, didn't one guy need, Believe? At Castaway Cove. Okay, Castaway Cove. Hamelin. Yes, near Hamelin. Okay. Okay, let me actually do this real quick. Travel to... Is it Alma Moon? I think it's Alma Moon, right? Yeah, Alma Moon. Is it Alma Moon? What? Wait, hold on. What? Oh no, it's Castaway Cove. Fuck. Castaway Cove. There you go. I guess also at the same time, people do need to understand that, like, I guess, you know, I'm doing this because of money. I do this because I like money. I only want money. You need to understand your job, yeah. That's true. I did also mention that, like, hold on. I did mention that also in the past couple of, let's go money! I did also mention that in the past couple of, like, days, if you like money, you will be streaming. True. No, I love streaming and money. So in the past couple of days, as you can tell, I've been streaming for like 8 hours lately. So 8 hours, 7 hours, like almost 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, as you can tell. I'm probably gonna be like streaming another 8 hours today, but we'll see. I mean, I've been hitting pretty hard on the 8-hour streams lately, so. Okay, Castaway Cove is done. What else? Evelyn. A 9-to-5 job means a regular job. 10, 11 job, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, it's still 8 hours. I mean, I've been working very hard for 8 hours, lately. So there's that, you know. What are you? Believe? I said 9 to 5. Oh, do I not have the belief? Someone has the belief, right? Not working from 9 to 5. Oh, do you need courage? Yeah, you need courage, right? Yeah. Is it courage or kindness? Is it kindness? Is a term for regular job? Yeah. I'm just saying that I'm streaming like a 9-to-5 job. There's that. What the fuck? There's another one? Feel good fungus. Enforced in the west of the city. West, okay. Wait, hold on. Feel good fungus growing in the forest to the west of the city. I'll go find that, I guess. That's the case at this point, he loves to torture a being. Yes! Wait, do I still have restrain? Okay, I have restrain. What do you have? You have... Oh, wait, you have the okay, so wait. I'll give you the restrain, and then I'll take the restrain back. If I ever leave, I will take this channel with... What?! What?! What the fuck?! No, you don't say that. No, don't say that. What the fuck?! It's like literally in copium, man. What the fuck? Okay, can you give me your restraint now? Thank you for your restraint. Overly attached chat. Guys, I'm gonna get him cancelled. You will see. I'll get him cancelled. I'll make him say the worst things that a streamer will say and post it on live stream fails. He's gonna suffer, I swear. Wasn't there a guy that needs belief? Yeah, wasn't there a guy that needs belief? Someone needed belief, I just don't remember who it is again. Oh, is it the guy in the middle? Okay, it's the guy in the middle that needs belief. Guy in the middle needs belief. What do you have? I think you have like nothing that I need. Unless you actually have more items. Yeah, I don't think that's anything good. Yeah, I think I should go to like another store later on and see what's the upgrades for there. Attack. What the fuck is that flan? Creamy flan. How do I have a creamy flan? I didn't realize I have a creamy flan. And a frosty flan. Ooh. I'm gonna give you all of them. Oof. That's a lot. I'm gonna give you the protection as well. Because why not? Look at that! 5! Jesus! Okay. Magical attack. Sunday. Wait. Attack, defense, evasion. Guess I'll give you the evasion then. Even though you have a lot of evasion right now. But you also need the evasion. I'll give you more evasion, I guess. Get it with more evasion and then more magical attack as well. Wait, no. I think more magical defense would be good for you. Yeah. You do need more of this. Cool. Okay, let's go. Oh my god, it's this guy again. Fuck off. Hold on. No, I don't want to talk to that guy yet. Yeah, that guy is shit. What are you then? Is he brokenhearted again? No more no belief. No belief in himself. God damn. Here we go. Here's your belief, you little bitch. Here, take that. There you go. Here's your belief. Wait. Wasn't there someone else that also needs belief? The one in the middle. What's the Hamlin guy again? Wait, hold on. A Hamlin guy. I need more beliefs? God fucking damn it. Ding Dong Del Soldier to so I had to go back to Ding Dong Dell again. Oh fuck me. Okay. Well, I guess that's the only thing that I can do at the moment is just doing a bunch of like errands before I could actually go out and do shit. Okay, where's yours? I would say the diary is on a railway track near the mine's entrance. Okay, railway track near the mine's entrance. Railway track near the mine's entrance. I think it's the entrance that I went to before. I think that's the one. And I have to go to the west side.
Let's do
The west side for some fungus. I need to remember what fungus it is again. God damn, I'm at level 40 on my guy. There's not even fucking... Is that the one? No, that's a Scrooge. What? Is it this mine entrance? Or is it the other mine entrance? This mine entrance? It's on the railway track near the mine entrance. Is this the mine entrance? No, that's not the mine entrance. It's not this one as well, so I guess it's on the other side as well. Or could be the ones there. Or that one as well. You know. Actually, you know what? Let's check on this one. And we'll check on the other one as well. And I also need to go to the west for fungus. Fungus among us.
There we go. Okay, we got the diary. Okay, got the diary. So now we have to go to the west. The west side of things, huh? Is it the west? The west of this place, right? Hold on.
No slacking, you lot.
Do they get fungus among us? Fungus among us?
We did it!
Ooh. I'm almost 42 as well, which is a good sign that I'm actually doing something good. Okay. I do need to actually look at the map later.
No slacking, you lot. What can I say? It's a gift.
Give me a sec. I need to see something real quick. Alright. Rumble Nut. Am I really supposed to be going on this side? You know? Need to believe. Still need belief. I need to go back to Ding Dong Dao. Which one is the... This one, right? To the west of Hamelin. The forest. Where is the forest to the west of Hamelin? Is it this one?
Stay calm now! Here we go!
What can I say? It's a gift.
In here? Okay, it's in here. Give me your chest first. Lightning bolt, which I already have. Wait, no. But, hold on. Can I use it on another person for a lightning bolt? Yeah, I can. You take the lightning bolt then. Okay. You want mushroom from forest or herbs maybe? Wait, what? Which one am I talking to? You. Feel good fungus? Feel good fungus from her pussy? I request. I want a car rock cake. Car rock cake. Car rock cake? My people who hear many rumors. This is very, very tasty. One cock. One fungus. How am I gonna find car rock cake? Car rock cake. Yeah, that got me puzzled and all. Stands to reason it must be an item though. Why not have a rummage through your bag and see what you can find? Car rock cake. Car rock cake. Car rock cake. What? Say fast. Do I really have one? Karaoke. Karaoke. What, something cake? Something cake? I don't know. Maybe it's not a common food in your area. I'm still thinking about it. Crock cake? Crock cake? Crock cake? Hold on. Crock cake. Crock cake. What? I'm still thinking about it. Wait. Is it common? Crock cake. Oh, cupcake! Oh my god. Jesus. How am I gonna make a cupcake now? Do I really have to find a cupcake? Wait, how do I make a cupcake? How do I make a cupcake from there on? So how am I gonna get this chest? How am I gonna get this chest? I think you just buy snacks. Oh fuck! Did I really just?
Let's do it.
Hey, wait! What the fuck? Wait, hold on. There we go. Jesus, I was like, wait a minute. Why am I on fucking Oliver? Her.
What can I say? It's a gift.
I'll just go find a cupcake then. I was like, crock a. It sounded so weird. I was like, what the fuck is crop cake? I've never heard of a crop cake before. I was like, oh, cupcake, cause it's just cupcake. Such a fucking dumb way to say cupcake though. Is my girlfriend gonna level up pretty soon? I feel like my girlfriend's gonna level up pretty soon, honestly. Alright, let's go and find a cupcake, I guess. And also go back to Ding Dong Dell to get a belief as well. Buy a cupcake. Is it any treats? I'm guessing it's just any treats, huh? So I'm just gonna get one of this. Xeon, I don't think you'll like being tortured here. You just come here just to watch me and support me. And I appreciate that. How dare you say that you're tortured by watching me do stuff on stream every day. And not totally give a single fuck about what you say. Can I even reach that chest? Yeah, I can. Okay. Boom. No, I don't support you. You sub to me. Okay, I'm gonna give you the cupcake. What? Hello? Huh? Wait, what? Wait, what? I'm confused. I'm actually pretty confused. So I can just give one snack and that's about it, huh? If I were to give a snack, would that work? I guess I'm just gonna give them a snack. Or something along the lines of that. Specific snack. I know it's a cupcake. Or do I need the ingredients for a cupcake? Yeah, do I just need like an ingredient for a cupcake? Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. How do I make cupcakes then? I got milk. I need flour. Imagine support Juho. Cope, man. Do I not have sugar? I don't have sugar. Oh man, okay. I don't even have flour. Whatever you call it, flour. I don't have flour. Yeah, okay, wait. I'm gonna look this up. Otherwise, I do not know how to make a fucking cupcake. Nino Kuni cupcake recipe. Is there... Oh no, it's a... Oh. 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 Oh my god, okay. It's like, what, cupcake? Okay, wait. How do I make a carrot cake then? How the fuck do I make a carrot cake then? Hold on. 3 crunchy carrots, 1 cake. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Wait, I have a stupid question right here. Do they really show it in here? Oh, they do! Okay. I didn't know. Alright, there we go. You know, weird thing is that, like, in Singapore, carrot cake is not like the carrot cake that you eat. It's mostly made of radish. It's legitimately just mostly made of radish. So we have a different kind of carrot cake instead of like an actual carrot cake. I don't know what you guys actually make with carrot cake in like the western part, but like, no, I knew what carrot cake is, like in the western part, I guess, but like in Singapore, it's like it's kind of different as well. Like I said, like carrot cake is actually like a dish, where you use you use radish, and a lot of dark sauce. Sorry. You use carrot? Goddamn. But yeah, in Singapore we use like radish, and a lot of dark sauce. Sorry, like dark soy sauce. And then put some egg in there is actually carrot cake. You know what? Let me show you what the carrot cake I know is. I don't know. Okay. This is your carrot cake, right? This is like literally what your carrot cake looks like. And then if I were to put in like Singapore, this is our carrot cake. This is literally what our carrot cake looks like. So it's like different. I thought it was cupcake at first, but like when you say carrot cake, I was like, oh, that's not carrot cake. That is carrot cake. This is carrot cake. This is what I usually eat. This is radish, and then with dark soy sauce and egg. that's it. But we call it like cai tao gui, which is also carrot cake. Yeah, it's just carrot cake. Yeah, mistakenly translated as carrot cake. Where's the cake? It's literally just as it is. It's is it radish? Turnip? I don't know. It's just that. Not my carrot cake, America. It's fried radish. Yeah, it is fried radish. It's very good though. It's very good. I highly recommend it. It's like a really good food. You can put it with like eggs and without the dark soy sauce, or you can put it with the dark soy sauce. It's really good. I like it. But I've never tried carrot cake. Yo, the only meal I want to eat is, what the fuck? So, I have not tried an actual, like, Western carrot cake before. I've only had, like, Singapore carrot cake or Southeast Asian carrot cake. Wait, hold on. Travel to Hanlon. I'm kinda sorry for the joke. You dirty old slut! Can't believe this. Western carrot cake mostly tastes like cake, but barely any carrot. Why is it called carrot cake though? You don't put carrots in your carrot cake, right? Shredded carrots? Oh, I see. What did I get? Cappuccino. Wait, did I really get cappuccino? I got cappuccino. What the fuck? Fine frock. Wait, what the fuck? Fine frock. I got a noble attire? How did I not know about this until now? Wait, you have like 13 plus 19 defense. No. Where's yours? No, pointy hat. Oh, you also have the Gale robe. I'll give you this. Don't know if you need any more protection though. Do you need protection? Actually, no. Everyone needs protection. What do you need? What thing do you need now? That's 6 stamps! Agreed to help the researcher with his problem. Okay. We'll need more problems, I guess. Wait, what? The pirates are plaguing the sea route to Castaway Cove. Okay. So I had to go to Castaway Cove and sail around. Typically served with cream cheese frosting. I see. Oh wait, travel to Ding Dong Dell. Cause right now we're just gonna do a bunch of fucking missions right now. We're gonna do like a bunch of like errands so I could level up and shit. Actually, I wish we could level up by, you know. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, I forgot about the person. Okay, let me see about the question marks real quick. No. Ding Dong Dell Dwelling Go appears to have undergone a sudden change in disposition. 2 Ding Dong Soldier, what? I mean Ding Dong Dell, right? I'm at the right place, right? I'm hoping that I'm at the right place. Don't tell me it's like, oh, I forgot that was an inside area. Oh, I totally forgot that was an inside area on this one. It's like, wait a minute. What do I need to be here for? Ah. This inner area. God damn. Alright, woman, give me your heart. I don't know what heart you have, just give me your heart, please. Wait, you have belief? Is it belief or... Oh yeah, you have belief. Fuck me. You have belief over your husband that has not been back in 2 years? Excuse me? How the fuck do you have a belief that your husband will come back after, like, waiting, like, because you've been waiting for 2 years? What the fuck? Bruh. You guys need courage. Okay, cool. He's getting milk, yo. He's getting milk and cigarettes. Do I not have courage? I don't have courage. What the flying fuck? Okay. What up, furry? Alright, furry. I'll give you your enthusiasm. So I need courage and something else. I need one that's courage, the other one that's belief. Okay. One's belief, the other one is courage. Okay. Yeah, that sounds right. I kind of like want to have XP when you actually do errands though. Like whenever you do errands, I don't think you will get XP at all. I kind of really want to get XP when you're doing errands. It just doesn't feel the same. It doesn't, yeah, it just doesn't feel the same. You don't get XP at all. It's like, game pie. I got game pie. What is a game pie? Game pie. Accuracy increase. How do you not have accuracy? Game is wild and I know what it is. I'm just looking at the stats that I have at the moment. Oh, you're already... Okay. Wait, what's this? Evasion. I guess you get more evasion. Why not? Why not just use more evasion right now? Oh. Give you some accuracy as well. I guess my last one is gonna be another evasion. We take evasion then. Can one of you do this? Ugh. I don't like every single one of them, honestly. Rise and shine. Yeah, it just doesn't feel like a good one. I might have to sell them. Yeah, I might just have to sell them. Wait, I can sell them right here. I forgot about this. Sell. Okay. I have a lot of, like... I have a lot of them, like, holy shit. I just don't know, I don't even know what to use them for now. Oh, later, I'll look at them later. I know that I have a lot of things to sell for money. I like money. Hello, I like money. Let's actually go inside here real quick. What do you need? Okay. Restrain. Do I have restrain? I do have restrain, right? Yeah, I do have restrain. There we go. Motherfucker sleepy as fuck. Giving him that restraint. So all I need left is a courage. I should be okay. Yeah, all I need left is courage, and then I should be okay. Money! Hello, I like money! Just finds it in the fucking pot. Hey, at least it's not breaking it like fucking Link. I almost said Zelda. I was like, like Zelda breaking pots. I was like, oh wait, I forgot that Zelda's the chick. Says as he has never played a Zelda game other than Breath of the Wild and never knows what to do in Breath of the Wild. Smile. Where's this guy again? It's right here. Set of what? Hold on. A set of what? What do you have? Accuracy high though. Eh. I mean, it's good accuracy, but I guess not now. Castaway Cove. Yeah, now my question is, where do I find that one other Okay, wait, hold on. I need to journal. Wait, journal. You have been asked to drive away the pirates that are blocking the route between Hamelin and Castaway Cove. Okay, so it's in between Hamelin and Castaway Cove. Okay, so I just have to find like pirate ships and that's about it, huh? I think I can do that. I think that's doable.
Watch this. Here goes.
Wow. Motherfucker just got fucking knocked out by a rock. And now he loves us. It's like yoink. Bonk. He got rocked. He was like, yep, I'm gonna love you right now because I got bonked by a fucking rock. That's good. Oh, I see the ship. Okay, that's one ship. That's two ships. That's three ships! Get out of here, sheep. Sheeps. Ships!
Fancy your chances, do you?
Here goes.
How much HP do they have? Holy fuck. Well, one's dead. Holy shit, that took a while for me to kill them. Yeah, that took a while for me to kill them. Anyways.
Stay calm now. Here goes.
What if I use Dark Talon on them? Oof. Ow, I got pitch slapped. Stop pitch slapping me, please. Okay. Wait, is it gonna... Okay, I was about to say, is he gonna take it? Please don't take it, Smile. Okay, that should be at least 150 on all of them. Oh, 600? Holy fuck! Okay.
What can I say?
I didn't expect 600 fucking damage on all of them. What the flying fuck did I just do? 600 damage. God damn. Yes.
Fancy your chances, do you?
Plus one more. I like how his fan is just watching. Hey, Joy Boy. Hope you're doing well. Your friend's just watching. Like, what the fuck? Guys, should I save up for Hot Top Horse? Well, your decision has been made. How are you doing, Kerb? Hope you're doing well. Really? I can't attack more? Hold on. Oh wait, there we go. I hope you're doing well, Perp. Oi. Oi, he's dead. Motherfucker's dead.
Is that it?
Okay, one more pirate ship to go. That's my pirate ship. Holy fuck!
Fancy your chances, do you?
Sweeney's about to die. Sweeney's about to die. There. Yo, what up, Near? Oh yeah, I need to ask you something. I totally forgot. I need to ask you something. Hope you're doing well, Near. I pulled another knife. I pulled another knife, and I need to ask you. What's the how do you say this? The blueness of my knife. I'm not gonna eat your ass, by the way. Near, you have to help me with this because I'm not very well versed in like these kind of like fucking knife floats. I pulled a knife yesterday because I was coping. Neo Geo collab stream CSGO skits. Yo, tomorrow? No. Tomorrow, One Pixel $100,000 case openings. Are you ready to only see $200 worth of skins open? I still can't believe someone actually donated the fucking One Pixel for $100,000 worth of fucking cases. I still need to check on something. You know what? Because I have the fucking book right here. I can make jumbo shit, right? I can make jumbo shit. Jumbo Moondrop. Bro was gonna get banned. Really? Jumbo Moondrop. 1 Moondrop, 3 Moon Crystals. Moon Crystals? Do I have Moon Crystals? I have Planet Crystals. Where the fuck do I get Moon Crystals? Oh wait, no, I have to go back to like fucking Hamelin for that shit. You mean the guy that gave Oni Pixel the fucking $100,000 worth of fucking like cases? He supplied Gamba. I know he won like $4 million or some shit like that. My dude won $4 million worth of like CSGO skins and then gave $100,000 to One Pixel for him to like unbox or something like that. But that's a lot of money, man. You reckon how many keys does he need to buy as well, you know? He has to buy like a lot of keys as well. So not just like $100,000, but he also had to pay for like the keys as well, which is gonna be fucking horrible. Okay, so I'm done with this mission. Yeah, I'm done with this mission, okay. But then again, tomorrow, man. Wait, is it tomorrow? It's tomorrow, right? Yeah, tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow, man, we're gonna watch that $100,000 of cases being opened by a fucking German dude who's gonna get like one. I'll censor myself. You want to pick a Steam call, you know. Oh no. Just tell me just tell me the blueness of the knife and that's about it. I just want to know the blueness of the knife and that's about it. Cause there's some blue, but I don't know how blue the knife is. I got 6. Okay, so I can get. Strike fear into your enemy colleagues and to drop more items. I guess yes. 50-50 both sides. I feel like it's over a little bit of overpay. That's the thing. It's a little bit of overpay because I have like blue on the. I have blue on the front and the back. I know that I have blue on the front and the back. I just know it's a little bit of overpay. I just don't know how much overpay it will be. Lower the cost of continuing. No. Is that it? I guess that's it for the bounties. Sinew and Ding Dong. Okay, this one. Go and talk to forest dwellers. Apparently, some forest dwellers in the southeast. Oh, southeastern. Oh, okay. And then I need someone who has courage, which I still do not know who has courage. Who the fuck has courage in any of these towns? Not a blue gem? Yeah, it's not a blue gem. 150, 200 over market. I mean, I'm still okay with it. But then again, I also I feel like I want to just... I don't know if I want to keep it or not. I remember just selling my fucking, like... So, I just call them butt plugs. I sold my butt plugs anyways, because, like... I don't think it's worth it at all, so I just sold it just to buy, like, Steam games, I would say. I sold it just to buy Steam games. I just didn't see the worth in it. And then I weirdly opened cases yesterday. Like, it was the first time in, like, 2 weeks that I opened cases. And then I got a knife with my friends in the call. I was like, uh-oh. Like, funny enough, I actually, like, was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna close my eyes while they watch, what thing I get. And then they kept shouting, like, what? I'm like, what's happening? And I opened my eyes, was like, oh, it's a paracord knife. It's a case-hardened paracord. But also at the same time, it's not... Wait, hold on. So, do case-hardened knives get factory new? Or is it mostly field tested? I feel like it's just... I don't know why, I feel like it's mostly field tested. I don't know if, like, if there's, like, a fucking case hardened that is, like, actually factory new, though. I don't know. Where's the southeast? Southeast. This way, right? Or do I have to go, like, here-ish? It's not here. Oh my god.
Let's go.
They have the standard flows of battle sparring and factory new. Yeah. Are they, like, literally stronger? I don't know why. I feel stronger for some reason. Ow, Jesus. Jesus, I almost died right there. I do need to heal up though. Oh wait. Do I really want it? No, no. From who's JJK? Who's JJK? Jujutsu Kaisen is a I see. Fucking manga, fucking anime people, fucking manga readers. Goddamn manga readers. It's not here. It's not here as well. Okay. I guess it's like inside one of these places. Southeast, right? Southeast. Can I make... Okay, wait. Can I make coffee? Hold on. What's the coffee that I need to make? No. No. Espresso. Oh, fuck. Wait. Strong coffee. 2 iced coffee, 1 spring water. Rejuice, guys. Oh, I only have 1 iced coffee. Fuck. Can I make iced coffee instead? Oh, I can't make iced coffee. That means I had to buy iced coffee. Okay. I guess I'll go buy iced coffee, like, when I can. I just don't want to buy it right now, though. Because I'm about to go into the forest and see a bunch of, like, people. We're gonna see all these, like, jungle people. Look at them jungle people right there. Holy fuck. Jesus. I'm playing a lot of, like, fucking Ni no Kuni lately, so... Oh shit, it's up there. Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Ni no Kuni lately, so, like... I've been streaming for 8 hours, like, a lot lately. I'm not too sure about now-ish. But maybe sooner or later I'll play with you guys. I don't know, maybe in the weekends or so. You need what? Royal Spear. Okay. Royal Spear. Wait, do I not have the Royal Spear? Hold on, what? Yeah, maybe soon. I'm not too sure. Pretty Ball Like Glass 2. Black Metal No Rust 2. Blackstone Shiny Heart 2. Pretty Ball Like Glass 2. Wait, hold on. The fuck are you saying, mister? You fucking... Royal... No. Wait. Royal Spear. Jade Marbles. Raw Steel. Shadow Glass. Okay, I have Shadow Glass and Raw Steel. I know that Game Award was about to say... I didn't even say it. I didn't want to say it. What the fuck? Jade. What's this? Restore 100... Oh. I still have this one. What the fuck? Oh, wait. This is a horn. Hold on. Can I use this instead? 133. But it poisons someone. Which one also has claws? That's the question. I don't think there's anyone that has claws as well. Yep. Okay. So I need Jade. I need Jade. How can I find... Where can I find Jade now? No. Jade Marbles. Jade Marbles. Oh god, I had to look into this then. This is gonna be fucking atrocious. Atrocious. Jenna Marbles? Yo, Jenna Marbles? Any Jenna Marbles lovers in the chat? What the fuck? Jade Marbles. How do I... The YouTuber? It's not the YouTuber. It is a YouTuber. You're talking about something else. Treats. So those are the stuff that I need to find, like... Okay. Sorry, I only into 2D women. I'm just basically... Sure! Oh, the anime waifus right there. Jade Marbles. How do I find a Jade Marble? I might have to Google this. Anyways, before I do anything, I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick, so give me a sec while I head to the bathroom. I'm back. Okay, I did some research. That's technically not jacking off. And I found out that it's something called a pike. Something about a pike. I just need to find it again. It's somewhere. They mentioned something about a pike. Yeah, there's a pike tyke. Where is pike tyke? Islands near Autumnia. Islands near Autumnia? Jesus. Can I steal it from them? If I were to go to fucking like islands near Autumnia, it's gonna be fucking shit. Seems like so much shit to remember. I mean, it's typical JRPG, I think. It's typical JRPG just to remember a lot of shit. I'm just fucking dumb. And I usually just research about a lot of stuff. I usually just use Google and be like, yep, I'm Googling shit. That's it. I need to find out what it is on the Googles. But it's islands near Autumnia. So I just have to go to like the island that is near Autumnia. Like I said, it's kind of like it's JRPGs and like stuff that you need to remember in JRPGs. Wait, hold on. I can just teleport myself to where do I like huh, you know what? No. Why did you keep calling my name? So when you do that in the back, what? The fuck? You know what? Isn't a JRPG? But that's a oh god, voice crack. But that's a isn't that a Western RPG? Is Parasite Eve a Western RPG as compared to like a JRPG? Please, the next game you should play. Well, I don't have PE though. But also at the same time, I'll wait for the donation goal to reach. No, not donation. No. I'll wait for the sub goal to be reached. Then probably. Oh god, fuck me, really?
We're under attack. Here
Holy shit! Oh wait, I'm asleep! I'm asleep! I'm asleep! I'm a mirroring! What the fuck? Wait, I'm a mirroring. I just realized this. There we go. Wait. There. It's like I'm a mirroring for some fucking reason. I don't know why. Ching, and they're both dead. I think. Yeah, they're both dead. Prove to them.
We did it.
I'm getting a lot of monies as well, which is a good thing. I like monies.
Let's do it. Here goes.
I like money. I like money.
We did it.
Alright. The level up is good. Are you also... Wait, hold on. Are you also a moon? You are a moon. Wait, I can actually just... Should I? Which one needs more accuracy? You need more accuracy as well. Wait, but... Oh, fuck. Oh, your accuracy is not... doesn't move. Okay, I need to remember that. That... Familiar's accuracy do not move. Go-Go's accuracy do not move. Where's my ship again? Oh, my ship is there. Let me down. Oh yeah, by the way, what time is the whole like unboxing thing? I wanna know what time's the unboxing thing so I could like probably watch it. I'll spend tomorrow watching like fucking someone opening cases instead of... Where's my shit? I don't know. How you doing? Am I? 400 subs, I will play Parasite Eve 1. The realistic goal of 400 subs.
Fancy your chances, do you?
Doing 400. Well, too bad. 400 subs, or else I don't know. Get out of here.
We did it.
I hope you're doing well, Mai. I just realized that I'm almost at 1,000,000 coins. I just need no I almost at 100,000. Sorry. So I just only need like half the stuff that I need. Oh yeah. Oh fuck! It's the islands near Autumnia. Fuck me. Okay, wait, hold on. I need to go to the islands. The islands that's near Autumnia. That's because there were people complaining about the 3-minute ad, and I had to say that like, oh yeah, Amaya was the one who actually did it. Yeah, the like someone who was complaining about the ads. It was like, why is there 3 minutes of ads every time? Like, I don't know. I was told to do so, and I can't. I was like, oh yeah, just sub to the channel, use your Prime sub. I don't know when is it gonna, like, I don't know when the fucking ad's gonna be played, but yeah. I got not much of a choice as well, you know. On my OBS, no. I don't have it on my OBS. Oh yeah, stream dashboard, yeah, sure. But I don't have it. I just don't have it, like, on my side. I'm planning to put it, like, when I have my new, how you say, when I have my new computer. Because I don't trust this computer to actually run, like, look at the whole stream dashboard thing. I know it's on OBS though. Like you can actually just put it on OBS, right?
We did it!
I don't look at it, it said nerds watch ads. Yeah, so I don't know when the ads are playing, but if the ads are playing, then yeah, the ads are just playing, you know? What am I supposed to be finding again? I need to find fucking... something about pikes. I don't know when it's gonna sub. Yeah, because, you know, people are sub. But I was saying that like I'm not too sure because like in me I just really want people to watch the stream ad free other than pre-roll because like I feel bad for like, well yeah, I mean it's money as well, but like I kind of just feel bad that like people are just watching like ads, you know. I mean it's also like commercials as well, but you know. I didn't get $4 last period. I actually, my revenue for ads has been $18 like every time. Like about $18 to $20 every time. It's only for the past week, I think, that it's 25. Because I've been streaming for 8 hours constantly every day. Oh, would you feel bad? I like people to have like a ad-free viewing, you know? Oh wait, did I just put evade? Holy fuck. I didn't mean to put evade. Why am I so confused? Oh no. Plus subbing, yeah. Twitch Turbo. How much is Twitch Turbo, by the way? Hey Erna. 10-15 a month? Wasn't it like $11 last time? I don't even remember. It used to be like 9 or 11. Is there a way for me to read this thing? Nope. $12 a month. So you can chat ad free for the price of less. I have a confession. I have ad block. I use ad block. I use ad block. I use ad block for everything. That's why. Like I don't want ads for fucking YouTube. That's why I have like ad block, and then afterwards I also have ad block for other stuff as well. And that's why like I just didn't like ads at all. Like it doesn't like it's shit. That's why like usually I that's why I say like I oh fuck Jesus, sorry. That's why I said like I like ad-free viewing other than pre-rolls, because like pre-rolls are just there. I can't do anything about it, but also at the same time like I guess I like more of an ad-free kind of thing. Of course I'm gonna like sub to like people that I support. I usually just don't have ads. And it also comes to like at the time. I actually used my prime on him once. And then afterwards I never used my prime ever again. Because he stole my money, that's why.
Calm now. Esther!
Now you're for it.
Oh fuck. He does it first. What is it? Give you all. Give you all, provide backup. Okay.
Get a load of this. Get a load of this.
I miss? Oh, I miss. I have to run as Jude. What? Yo, get out! Fucking bitch! Oh my god, bro. Bro. Can I not use trick shots? Oh, fuck. Wait, Oliver's dead already? Oh no.
Are you serious?
Can I not run away? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I can't run away. Wait.
Let's get out of here.
Oh Jesus. Also, partially the reason why I needed to run away was because I never saved. I just realized about saving right now. I just realized about saving right now. Jesus. Yeah, RS25 is doing like monthly $5 Amazon gift card. So I just coming for the monies.
Stay calm now.
It is a death sentence. Hold on.
Esther!
Allow me.
Come on! Stop giving me a fucking smoke bomb, dumb fuck.
Ready? Get a load of this.
What? Stop missing, Swaney. I swear to God, Swaney keeps missing.
Get a load of this. Ready? Get a load of this.
Okay, cool.
Jeepers!
Jeepers! Oh no, okay, we have to fight this out. Oh fuck, we probably have to run away, I guess. Oops.
Actually, we were just.
Are you serious? Again? Can we run? Thank you, Jesus. Okay. That should be it for now with the 2 jades that I have. Okay, yeah. So I can make 2 of these, 2 of these, and 2 of these. There we go. Action RPG with some voice acting. Yep. Probably. Let's say all the way back. Travel to you. But okay, now the question now is, where in the fuck do I get courage from? I still need to find someone who has courage.
Let's go. Here go.
Get that heal out of the way. Get this fucking heal out of the way right now. Get out of here, healer.
We did it.
You got a chest. Yo, is it the treasure chest? Hey, yo. Hey, yo, treasure chest? Furry chest. Got. Boo. Only treasure chest. I have to uncover a treasure chest. Smile. May consider it a treasure? Maybe.
We can do this. Here go.
Wait, am I blind? I'm blind. Get out of here! Boom! Okay, I leveled up. Oh no, fucking Swainy leveled up. Swainy leveled up. Get one more guy real quick and then I'll go back into the forest.
Fancy your chances, do you?
We did it.
No, that's Parasite Eve 2. I've never played Parasite Eve 1 before. Fog drops, cold stones. Great weapon. You make to take formula. I take formula. Okay, what else do I need right now? This one. Senior Ding Dong Soldier. Oh yeah. This is the last one that I need, which is the courage. I need a courage. I just can't find what I can't find where a courage would be. Courage. I seem to not find where courage is. It's an RPG, yeah, but it's like it's a Western RPG. I only seen snippets of P1 speedruns. I only know there's like a spider and that's about it. I don't know anything else other than like there's a spider. Is it not an action RPG? Alright, did I say Western? Isn't it like a Western RPG as well? Western is America. I mean, technically it's America, right? Oh fuck, you have restrain, bruh. Square's Japanese. Oh. Okay, wait. What Western RPG are there then? Oh, it's just, oh, it's those kinds. Okay, okay. Okay, that's Elma Moon. Ding Dong Dell. Let's go Ding Dong Dell real quick. Fallout. Okay, when in 1998 it was it in? Because I was born in 1998 as well. When in 1998? Is it in there? Okay, I wasn't born anyways. Cause I'm October 1998. I was like 1 month into my mom's like tummy. It was like literally 1 month in my mom's tummy. It's not here. I will save my progress right now. There we go. Was that beer? You were 10? Jesus. Wait. Oh yeah, you're 1 year younger than I forgot you were 1 year. You're 1 year younger than Z Cabot. So you're 35 now, right? Yeah, you're 35 now. Cabot's like a year older than you. Wait, map. I have no idea where this fucking thing is at. Hold on. I mean, to be fair though, a lot of the people that is on my that's on my channel is old. A lot of people who's on my channel is old as fuck. You call me old, that motherfucker. Okay, Alex, how old are you? You're like 27, aren't you? Scarlett's probably like 20... If I were to guess, 26. Yeah, you're 27. If I were to guess, like, Scarlett's age is like 26. Not even close? No way you're that old. No way you're that old. Okay, let's Elma Moon, Hamelin, Trials, Testway Cove, Fairy Grounds. I don't think it's the Fairy Grounds though. Is it the Fairy Grounds? Or the Tombstone Trail? You're 41? Jesus! See, I told you I have like fucking old people in my chat. Jesus. Thanks for thinking. Oh shit, the casino's here. Hey yo! Hey yo! I can gamble! Gumba! Gumba! Alright guys, who's ready for me to gumba my fucking life away? Welcome to the Crypt Casino. was sure to... Shy, did you not know? Yesterday I pulled this. I'm gonna just tell you guys, yesterday I was playing Counter-Strike with Yorkie once again, and we gambled once again. We gambled once again, and then like I haven't gambled in a while on CS. I pulled this. I pulled this, which is like $400 US now. Hell yeah. So I gamble. I don't know how. Yeah, I pulled that like yesterday. It's like so fucking dumb. Main protagonist is underage. He can't gamble. Well, too bad. We're gonna gamble anyways. Welcome to the Crypt Casino. We're sure to have you have the time of your death. Hey, look, it's the friendly skeleton who gave us the key, ain't it? You'll remember me? What an honor. So you really built a casino, huh? That's really neat. Thank you. It certainly is the greatest achievement of my death so far. I hope you enjoy all it has to offer. Hey, reference. Gamba! For first, a few pointers. We have 4 types of games here. Slots, blackjack, platoon, double cross. Playing these games with your chips. I want to play. Okay, give me the slots. So I'm fucking... Go! Slots! Slots! Go! 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 Gamba! Wait. Oh, do I have to buy the chips? Oh, fuck. I had to buy the chips. Buy chips. Gamba! Gamba! Let's go! Come on! Come on, baby! Come on, baby! Fuck! Oh, fuck my life. I'm gonna spam it. Oh, fuck! I got my money back. It's just like CSGO loot box. Yo. What the fuck? Yo! 240! Yo, dude. Literally. Dude. This is actually Gamba right now. I feel bad now. I feel bad now. This is like literally Gamba now. Why is this in a kids game? I don't know, man. Oh, 230 coin? Yo, let's go. Wait, I have cases? Wait, I have cases? What the fuck? What? What? Let's go! Let's fucking go! We make profit. Okay, should I stop right now? Do I stop right meow? That's the question right now. Do I stop right meow? Alright, where's the blackjack? Are you the blackjack? Are you blackjack? Holy shit, you look hot as fuck. Wait, hold on. You're not blackjack. Check the price counter. Oh, there's a price counter? Oh wait, claim price. Wait, hold on. What the fuck? A familiar ticket that can be exchanged by an idler. Wait, huh? What the fuck? What? God damn, I need to get that S rank. I need to get that S rank right now. Right? Meow. Whoa. Whoa. In charge of double cross. What's the rules of double cross? No, it's this thing. Oh no. Fuck. Oh, that's, oh god. Look at the chips! Look at the fucking chips! 1,800,000! What the fuck? Okay. I guess. Oh fuck! Oh no no no! I do not want to look at this again. Welcome to a JRPG casinos. Yo, let's go. Okay. Let's play. Let's play for... Okay, sure. I'll play for monies right now. Uh-oh. This is gonna be really bad though. Oh god. Oh, fuck me. Jesus. Oh. Oh. Oh, that was scary as fuck. I didn't want to lose my fucking coins, man. Quit. No, that's too much. That's too much pressure on myself. Oh my god. Jesus. That's a lot of pressure on myself. Please don't. Wait, this is the platoon? Fuck that. No, not platoon. Fuck. Blackjack. I want blackjack. Alright, blackjack. Let's go. Blackjack! Whoa, you're cute! I will hit. I'll hit again. Oh god. Do I hit or do I stand? I hit again. Fuck! Fuck! Ah! Ah! Don't worry, I will win. I will win. Surely I will win. Oh! 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 Stand! That's it! Fuck you! Rigged! Rigged! Okay, that's rigged. It's rigged. I can't. No! No way! No way this trick scammed the fuck out of me! Rigged! That was rigged! What?! You Hey, gringo. They rigged it! Okay, okay, this one! Oh, do I even hit? No, 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 no. Oh my god. Oh! 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 Yes! Yes! Fuck you, woman! Fuck you, woman! She is a witch. Yeah, true. She's rigging my money right now. I can't believe this. Oh yeah, I'll bust all over you, man. Hell yeah. There we go. Under 16 hit. I mean, I know how to play this game. Oh, fuck me. Two, 4x. No, that's rigged. No. Everything about this game is rigged right now. They're rigging me. No, no, no. This is they're rigging me. They're rigging me, I swear. Oh my god. No, no, that's a rig. No, that's a rig right there. Don't get your rig. Honestly, I'm playing this game because she's cute. Like, holy shit. What? Bruh. Look at how cute she is. Hoggers. Oh, hell yeah! Let's play more stakes. Oh god, do I even hit? Do I hit on this? Oh no. Oh no. Dude, if I don't hit, no. Even if I hit or stand, I'm probably gonna lose. Oh! Oh, that was, I busted, honestly, I busted. Holy shit, I busted. What? Oh yeah, I won. I'm getting my monies back though. I'm getting my monies back though. I'm getting my monies back. Hip hip hooray! How much money are you gonna lose to her? Oh god. A lot. Yes! Yes! She's not rigged anymore. I'm winning now. I'm winning. I won. I won! Yeah! Yes! 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 That's it! That's it! I stole all your money, bitch! I stole all your money! That's it! That's it! You're broke! Let's play for more though. Oh, bitch, you guys. Oh, fuck. Should I even quit right now? Should I quit right now? Okay. Okay, if I go for one more, if I go for one more and I get more monies, I will be rich as fuck right now. Ugh. Jiro's gotta become a real casino skeleton at this point. True. Okay, weird question. Is an ace always a 1 or an 11? Is it 1, 10, 11 or 1, 11? $1.11 for blackjack, okay. So it's never been a 10 this whole time, huh? Fuck my life. It's 11 as long as you don't okay. Okay, if it goes under, if it goes under 5,000, I'm gonna like fucking leave. All right, I will leave if it goes under 5,000. That's actually cold for. Oh no, that's actually really cold of me to say that. Fuck. Guys, you guys better stop making me play this game right now. You guys better stop making me play this game right now. Stop simping for the sexy witch. No, I simp for the sexy witch. It's on, bitch! It's on! It's on! Fuck! Jesus! I should have just hit. Honestly, I should have just hit. Hit on her. Oh my god. She's hot, by the way. Like, not gonna lie, she's hot. I'm simping for a fucking a 3D animated witch girl. I can't believe this. What's new? The new thing is that I'm not simping for a furry girl at the moment, Smile. Think about a dead mom. Oh yeah, she's dead. Oh fuck, I forgot she's dead. Shit. Come on, every single time that I played safe. We're never gonna go under. I'm never gonna go under right now. Hell yeah. Okay, if I go over 6k, if I go over 6k on chips, I'm stopping. If I go under 5k on chips, I'm stopping. Guys, I swear I'm not copium. No, I swear I'm not copium. I swear. Okay, let's pull the stakes right now. Oh fuck my life. What if you kept between 5,000 and 6,000 for out? Jesus. No way. Oh yes, a blackjack! Oh hell yeah, bitch. Gonna report you for gambling stream? No! No. Oh shit. Yes! 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 Give me my money, bitch! Give me my money, bitch! Which bitch? That's it! I'm done! I'm done! Yes! Oh heck yeah! Give. What's my price? Oh fuck! Are you serious? Wait, hold on. What are the tickets for? Gumba Master? I am the Gumba Master now. I still do not know what the tickets are. A familiar ticket can be exchanged for a golden Hurley. Dragon Griffey. Where do I use this? Where do I use this at? I've never used this. Pokemon Casino. Hey Twilight Hero. I think at some point I just bought chips instead of gambling. Oh, fuck. Wait, hold on. Wait, I just realized this. Oh wait, no, I'm getting... Oh wait, I'm getting like more shit. Yeah, I'm getting more shit. For my... Can I exchange for money? Is there a way that I can exchange this for money? By the way? What are you? Oh wait, there's a chest right there. Oh wait, no, I can't take that chest. Aw. So I can't exchange these for money, huh? What are these? What's that? What does that do? I don't even know. I don't think there's chips to money. God damn, this ain't a good casino, huh? This ain't a good casino at all. I need my chips to money, man. Oh shit, they slowed down my time. No, I tried. Almost there. I can't believe I'm gambling on stream. This is the one thing that I didn't want to do. Is just the gamble on stream. God damn, what am I doing? Mega mode. ×2. Oh shit. Would you believe that like a fucking kid is just gambling at the moment? Talk shit to me because I took great. Hey, but this is in-game gambling. I don't lose money, right? I don't lose my monies, right? Copium? Man, why can't I just go all big? Whoa. Holy shit. Oh, okay. Okay, Jesus. Okay. I guess I'll get the prize. Claim prize. Medal of Agility. Big Babana. Crown berries. I still wonder what these S ranks are. Yo, what is the S rank? How do I get S rank? Huh. Okay. Well, we'll get out of there. We'll get out of there. I do not want to waste more monies, I guess. I surely I'm not that copium enough to actually waste a lot of monies, right?
Here we go. Here goes.
I'm also almost at 43 though. Yeah, I kind of feel like the shitty thing about this game is that like I want to have XP in order for like I want XP after I've done a an errand on the game, you know. I feel like I should get XP after doing like an errand in the game, or like a side mission, you know. Getting XP on side missions are like good. Hey Kaigen, hope you're doing well. I got a level 43 now. See, like, but the thing about level I could have been like higher than level 43 if I were to do like a lot of these like side missions and then get XPs through the side missions. But they don't give XPs at all, which kind of sucks. Other than that, whatever. It doesn't really. I guess it doesn't really matter, but it is what it is. I hope you're doing well, Kaigen. Let me actually travel to somewhere real quick. Doing okay? That's good to hear. Temple of Trials, Castaway Cove, Fairy Ground. I think the one place that I haven't checked yet is probably in. It's either Smoky or Tombstone. No. Let me see if I could get something in Fairy Ground then. Maybe it's like deep inside. Maybe it's like deep inside. Okay, let's see how deep inside it is. We're going deep in. What is this way? Oh! It's here, yeah. Too late, it's deep inside. I guess it's not even in here as well, so. If it's not in here, then I guess like I have like no clue on where this other courage would be. Wait, no, is it belief or courage? Hold on. It's courage. I don't have courage, right? Yeah, I only have restrain. I don't have courage, but I have restrain. You know what? Maybe I should go on with this mission then. Because I don't think there's any other place I could think of that has restrain. I mean, has courage. Yeah, you know what? Whatever. Let's go to Castaway Cove and then go up all the way. Before that, I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick, so there's that. I'm back. Okay, let's go to. Ah! My. You heard nothing. You heard nothing. Let's go in a boat. Yeah, I guess we'd go all the way there. Because we almost done like every single mission, side mission, I would say. in the past like couple of hours.
Better luck next time.
I'm gonna hope to also push Esther and who's the other guy, Swaney, to 43 as well. So I guess I can just do that right now. Yeah, I can just do that right now. How many hours have you so in-game wise it's 32, almost 33. That's in-game. Like real time, I think I spent like 36 hours now? Yeah, 36 hours now, I think. 36 hours? I might have to check my Steam. Hold on, let me check my Steam real quick. It is... yeah, about 36 hours. I'm 47 hours in FF16. Were you playing it off stream or what? Like, do you play like the game on stream and off stream? It's all on stream? Ew. Wait, when did the game came out?
Let's do it. Here goes.
20 seconds. So, oh wow.
What can I say?
June 22nd. So about like almost 2 weeks now. So that's like 4 hours, 5 hours per stream, I think. Is it? Yeah, that's 4 to 5 hours per 5 to 6. I'm gonna try with... wait, hold on. Which one can use the Royal Spear? You can use the Royal Spear. Okay. What the fuck? That looks like a... oh. Been good though, they got the side boo, but you'll like you.
Come on, you guys.
Interesting. But I've been liking this game so far because like the thing about this game is that it's quite like the RPG-ness of this game is quite simple, and I like how simple it is with the game. It's good simple. The simplicity of like how the RPG is like is actually just
Let's go.
perfect. Cause I'm really fucking stupid. I don't really do a lot of shit in like I don't really read a lot of shit in RPG games.
What can I say? It's a gift.
Wait, can I even reach 43 on Swaney? I barely can, but I'm just going for XP grinding right now.
Here goes
Simple,
nothing.
but you can make the battle complicated with combos. Oh.
What can I say? It's a gift.
Okay. I'm probably gonna try to rank or try to level Who's the chick again? Esther up. Gonna try to rank Esther up. And then we'll see about how this goes afterwards. Okay. Okay, let's go with you. Okay, I need to be reminded to save as well. I need to be reminded to save right now.
We did it!
Okay, safe. Oops. No, you come back here. You come back here right now. Good. I need you. I need you for my whatever it is.
Nice work!
Oh man! Oh fuck, I wasn't even looking. I was like trying to get that blob. I was like, my blob now.
We can do this! Here goes!
FF8 Remaster on Steam has some weird autosave system. Sometimes it's autosave after every battle. Other times it go like 3 hours most autosave. I just need to remember to save because this is like there is autosave, but also like I want to just manual save every time because as you can totally tell as how many saves I have right now. Like look at the amount of saves I have at the moment. I have like that many saves. I will forget about it.
Come on, you guys! Here goes!
I almost didn't save for like a good amount of hours as well, which is kind of like, stupid for me to do so. Oh my god, I'm confused. Wait.
We did it!
Come on, you can do it. You know what? Wait, hold on. You know what? I think it's just time for me to morph you then. I guess it's just time for morphing. Now, Puss in Bouts or Puss in Boats. Fuck me. Yeah. Okay. Get more attack on you, I guess. Okay. So I can switch these around right now. Since they're all leveled up, like, super fucking hard right now. I mean, they're leveled up so fucking hard right now, so it's a good thing for me to exchange right now. Going back to my usual, like, build, I guess, or my usual fucking familiar. What the fuck? I'm very close, Esther. I'm very close to fucking leveling you up, Esther. Alright, Esther. I think it's like 1 or 2 more. I think. Where am I at? Oh, I went downwards! Oh no! Oh fuck, I didn't realize I went downwards. Oh fuck. Whatever. I didn't realize I went downwards instead of upwards. Oh fuck me. Oh fuck me. So now I have to like make a whole wraparound.
No slacking, you lot.
Here goes.
So how much do you lose? I won another no, I won 5k on top of the 2k that I gambled. You lost I didn't lose everything. I still have like 7k in the gambling casino monies. Money. How you doing, Adocat? Hope you're doing well.
Come on. Here goes. We did it.
Yes. Healing him, sorry. Healing him! Me! Healing me! Him, me! Yeah, so I gambled like 2k
Let's do it.
coins, and then I got back like 5k, so my profit is like 5k. So I have 7,000 in the bank so far for gambling. But also at the same time, how do you say this? I did gamble on Counter-Strike like last night, and I got profit of $400 I think. $400.
Let's go. Here goes.
I profited. I actually did profit.
Neo.
Okay, I had to go around this thing. Which means I can actually rank, or like level Sweeney's is fucking level up.
Here goes nothing.
Aim student queues, how many days have you been playing in right now? I've been playing for the past 4 or 5 days. In 8-hour increments, I would say.
What can I say? It's a game.
But I said in 8-hour increments, so like I've been spending about like 4 or 5 days on this game so far.
Come on. Here goes.
Okay, where do I go now? Go up. Up over here. Whoa, 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 whoa. It almost lagged the fuck out all of a sudden. There are 2 islands along the way. I would want to see what these islands are as well. It feels a lot like Pokemon when I raise some creature to do your battle. Yeah, it is like Pokemon, but more action. More action RPG than like Pokemon, because Pokemon's like turn-based if I'm not mistaken. But I still like Pokemon's is like turn-based. Okay, Sweeney's about to be level 42 though. Pokemon's turn-based, yeah. This one is more action RPG.
We're under attack. Here goes.
You say action, but all I see is cute face. How can there be action within it? What? I don't know. There's action in the game. Okay. We're very close to where we're supposed to go as well. I do want to just like put in a little bit more XP on these.
Come on. Here goes.
These nuts, yeah. Looks like kills. Yeah, true. You know what? Yeah, I think I can put in a little bit more XP because I think Oliver is about to rank up pretty soon. Not rank up, level up pretty soon. I keep using the word rank up.
Watch this. Here we go.
Thunderstorm. Oh fuck. Wow. Alright, have a good one, Edocat.
Is that it?
Wait, how many more until I level up? Wait. Yeah. Holy shit, is that the, what'd you call it? Is that Mount Rushmore? Is that Mount Rushmore? Hold on, I'll show you what I mean later. That's like a fucking skeleton head right there. It's like, is that Mount Rushmore? Ow. Jesus. A lot of damage on me.
What can I say?
Oh, 43. Okay, so I need a little bit more. Look at that. Look at that skull right there. Yo, is that Mount Rushmore? Skull face. Mount Rushmore?
We're under attack. Here goes.
Yeah.
Nice work.
I'm very close. I'm so close. I'm so close. Come on, dude. There's just one more. Just one more weird block. Oh god, is that the Aurora Borealis? Aurora Borealis at this time of day, it's this time of hour. Whatever the line goes in The Simpsons.
Let's go. Here we go.
Ow, Jesus. Alright, how much do I hit the guy for? 30? That's still a lot of fucking... What the fuck? Still a lot of, whatever it is. I cost steamed ham. Steamed hams! Alright, 44. Alright, cool. Let's see all these monsters real quick. Hello. Are these the same soldier bumbles? These feel like the same ones. I don't know why. Yeah, they just feel like the same ones. I don't know why. Okay. We're still gonna fucking fight. Cat purse. My guy has nutshell. Wait a minute. As no leave phone on. What?
We did it.
Sooner or later, I'm gonna like fucking rank this, level this girlfriend up, like Lamau. Imagine ranking girlfriend up.
Stay calm now. Here we go.
Wait, I'm losing health. Holy shit. Wait, hold on. What the fuck, Sweeney? Sweeney just took my fucking shit. Piece of shit. What an asshole. He took my fucking health. Sweeney, you stupid idiot. Why did you take my health?
Next time.
Oh, I had to go up there. Okay. But then again, XP grinding. That's a
No
thing.
slacking, you lot.
I might have to help Sweeney. I go myself because I can't see shit. Oh shit, tidy tears. Oh come on, give me them. Whatever you squirt out your nose, whatever you do. Did I not use the blindness be gone? What? Oh, what the okay. I thought I glitched the game out. I was like, wait a minute, why am I moving instead of the like my my familiar moving? It's like, nope. You just win the game, forehead. Thanks, man. You just won the game all of a sudden.
No slacking, you lot.
Here goes.
Okay, remind me that I need to heal Swainy up. Come on, Swainy. Let's get that healing on ya. On ya. The healing on ya. Okay.
Come on, you guys. Here goes.
Finally, I can get the small one. But then for a while ago, I couldn't even get the small one at all. There you go.
We did it.
Time to shine? Time to shrine? Wait a minute. Is that the turtle? From yeah, we gotta get Kofife and go to the store. Alright, have a good one, Joy Boy.
Let's do it.
I'm hitting that for 25. There you go. Okay. Let's talk to this fucking thing. Take on the shower. Oh wait, this is the oh no, this is the boss.
No slacking, you lot.
Here goes.
Oh, I forgot this is the boss. Oh, really? Oh. You should be dead right now. You should be dead right now. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Death. Hell yeah, we did the bounty. Okay, so it's up above. Do I want to rank myself up to 45 though? I guess I can rank myself up to 45 right now.
Here goes nothing.
Because I'm also near 45, right? Uh-oh. Swainy needs a hamburger. that's very little damage. Hold on. Oh, there's a bunch of little damages. What the fuck? Oh, sorry, not. Oh, it's not. It's not Oliver. It's fucking fuck, the chick, the chick in the game. Esther. There you go.
Is that it?
Esther's really close to 44. So I'm probably gonna kill a few more and then we could progress into like the skull. Cause that would be a good thing. Major bird. We got a minor bird just now, now we have a major bird. There you go. Easy. Okay. Ah, just a little bit more, just a little bit more, and then I could actually rank her up to 44, and then I can actually, I guess, go in. Very close, very close, very close. Give me you, fucking sunflower. Give me all of you, sunflower.
Here goes nothing.
Sweeney can't even like deal a lot of damage from what I've been seeing. Wait, hold on. No damage, no damage. Shut up. How you doing, Z? Hope you're doing well. I'm checking on something real quick. I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick, so just give me a sec. I'm back. Alright. Did I even level up? I haven't leveled up yet. Did you sleep well, by the way?
Come on, you guys. Here we go.
What sleep? God damn it. Always like this. Always like this. Okay. Esther's leveled up. I can finally go into that skull thing. It sounds bad, whatever it is. What? Sleep is good. What the fuck? Sleep is for the weak, and I'm the weak. I'm weak. Oh, I can't save here? Oh no. Uh-oh. Wow! Look, everyone! It's enormous in here. And my goodness! That's what she said. What is it, Mun? Holy shit! Nito is a huge ship. A ship? Well, it is. Well, if it is, it's a pretty flipping weird one. I mean, it's made out of metal for a start, and it hasn't even got a sail. No, it hasn't. So how does it move? It uses its engines, of course. Hang on, you lot don't know what it is, do you? It's a flying ship. They call it airships. There's an airship? Does that then does that mean? Yep, I reckon it does. We have found the king of the sky pirates hideout. Oh wait, what? Really? Skull Mountain. What? Are we gonna go inside it? Come be a JRPG without an airship? I guess. Brilliant! So Kublai must be somewhere aboard. Hang on a second. If this is a skyship pirate's hideout, where's all the flipping sky pirates? Well, best be careful, you lots. Gee, I wonder how it flies. Do you think he'll let us ride it? Oliver, this is no time to be daydreaming about flying ships. Oh, sorry. You're right. We need to find the map of the stones, huh? Blimey, you're such a kid. Sorry, it won't happen again. Only kidding. I know just how you feel. But let's concentrate on the stones for now, shall we? Sure, sweetie. Let's sneak aboard and see what we can find. Back in airships. What the fuck? Jesus. Is that a map here? There is a map, okay. Oh god, is this a big fucking stone thing? Really? You have this whole big space for nothing? Nah, it can't be for nothing. Honestly, a big space like that? I hope there's something. Wow, it's so big. That's what she said. It's hard to believe something so huge can actually fly. That's what he said. Helicopter dick! Oi, you lot! Don't you think we're getting a bit too close? A bit too easily? This is what usually happens before. Avast! Who goes there? Uh-oh. A flipping ambush! Oh no! So you filthy thieves are here to plunder our plunder. Heh, I'll take a look at in the mirror before calling someone a filthy thief, my friend. Don't make them angry, Sweeney. They're bloodthirsty sky pirates. If you knew that, gull, why would you risk your petty neck trying to sneak aboard? You're either mighty brave or mighty stupid. K-word. Well, flipping trapped. Trapped, I tell you.
Ha! We have company, I see. Oi, Captain!
That's Kublai. K-word. K-word. That's him, is it? Crikey. Look at the face on him. That's gruesome. There's gruesome, sorry. We came here to speak to you. That's right. We have a favor to ask, Captain Kublai, sir. This is the first? Yes, this is the first Ni no Kuni. How you doing, Thong? You stroll uninvited into my mountain stronghold hoping to be granted a favor? What are you? Would-be heroes come to take back your plundered treasure? Yeah, I hope you're doing well. by disguise. Boy, I hear you. I'll hear you out. Come aboard. That's quite a tale, lad. Aye. It's true that I plundered that map, and I'll do it again. That lily-livered fop of a prince had it coming to him. Hey, don't talk about Marcuson like... Not now, Esther. We need those magic stones. Yes, we do. We need them to help us defeat Shadar. By disguise. Shadar? You mean to cross swords with the Dark Djinn? That we do. We've got to stop him before he breaks the... Jumped into Nino 2 and more systems kept getting implemented. I think I'm going back to... I don't know how 2 is like. This is my first time playing 1 anyway, so... Well, my first time was... Yeah, I mean, my first time playing 1. I bought 2 because in the Steam sale it's like, what? 85% off, so I just bought 2. I plan to play it someday, but I don't know whether I'll play it like in the next coming weeks or months or so. We'll see. This is like, I don't know how early is this. This is like, have you played Nino 1? Yeah, okay, wait, have you played Nino 1 before? If you have played Nino 1 before, or like if you have completed Nino 1 before, this is like, oh, not at all? Really? Okay. This is like, I don't know how far am I into this game, to be fair though, because I found one of the, what is this? The sages, the great sages. One great sage, and then the great sage tells us that to go to this place right here. I don't know how far am I at the moment. I mean, there are people in my chat who played this game before, so I guess someone could probably tell me where am I at the moment, because I spent like, can I have a shut up. I'm at like 30 hours in this game so far, so I don't know how far am I in this game. Maybe I'm halfway, maybe I'm like 1/3 there. I'm not too sure, honestly. That we do. We've got, this has to be a 40-hour game. Yeah, I mean, I'm at 30... In-game time, I'm at 31, 32, I think. Like, real time, I'm at like 36 hours at the moment, so there's that. That we do. We've got to stop him before he breaks the hearts of everyone in our world, ain't it? So much extra stuff. Yeah, I've been doing all these extra stuffs, that's why. Yeah, yours included. You come aboard my ship and dare to compare me to the sniveling wretches who fall prey to Shadar? Then try to break me. I'll show the scurvy dog what it means to face a true adversary. Well, I'll say this for him. He's not lacking for confidence. Shadar ain't to be sniffed at. I like the extra stuff. Haven't seen any minigames though. That was a casino. There was a casino in this game. I gambled in a casino. There's none known better. There's none knows that better than I, Fairy. So if you're looking to take on Shadar, you'll be possessed of the skills to do so. I take it. Sorry. Can't have JRPG. Yeah, can't have the JRPG without casino. Aye, of course you are. So this will be a child's play for heroes such as yourselves. What will? Don't fret, lad. It's just a little test of your swashbuckling skills. All in a day's work for a battle-hardened warrior such as yourself, Gohar. Huh? Oh, what's that sound? Oh my god, it's a Durgan. Are we actually gonna fight a Durgan?
What the?
Hey.
Oh fuck, we're gonna fight a Durgan. Oh. What the fuck? Crikey, I've never seen a dragon this big before, man. The flipping things looks proper vicious. Golden saucer being... I don't know about Final Fantasy VII, honestly. I don't play a lot of JRPGs, honest. I'll be very honest. This is like one of the few JRPGs that I've been playing at the moment. So there's that. I only hope it's poison. Oh, I have poison. I just don't have it on my side at the moment. Rip, yeah. Wow, I'm getting burnt right now. I don't have any... Do I really? No, I don't have any poison at all. I was about to say, did Esther die like Lamau? Oh, wait. There we go. Imagine if your name is Swainy. Yo, Kylo Ren! Did you see your, the Discord? Bruh. You see Discord, by the way? On my server? Discord? Yeah. Yeah. Oh fuck. Eh, whatever. And you're dead. Cool. L. Take the L. Take the L. Easiest boss fight of my life, man. Easiest boss fight, man. Don't have to do anything. Well now, does not many face the old girl's breath and come away unsinged, lad. You're a plucky one, and no mistake. I saw you celebrating freedom. No. Look at games. Look at games, Kylo Ren. Look at games. What? Why would you set her on us if you knew she was that dangerous? Yeah, man. What are you doing calling in a massive great... Hey, Gala. A massive great big dragon all of a sudden like that. I nearly flipping wet myself. Silence, dogs! I'll ask the questions here. The wand. Where do you get it? What does it matter to you? We won't let you have it, no matter what you do to us. How are you doing well, Gala? How's your D-Rust, by the way? You were streaming. I saw you were streaming. How's your D-Rust? It matters to me, girl, because the accursed thing's not supposed to exist. The queen must hear of this. Good. Hell yeah. Is it next week that you're at, that you're in, Adelaide, by the way? What queen? Never mind. Yeah, have a fun time at Adelaide. Leave this weekend? Yeah. Yeah, have a fun time at, ASM. If Jimmy is there, just say hi to him. Hi for me, sorry. Say hi for me. Never you mind. Now follow me. The mess effed in my cabin. Yes, yeah. Alright, Grumpy's guts. We're still the good guys, right? I only asked because the king of the sky pirates appeared to like us. Eh, you're kidding, ain't you? We did it, Oliver. Let's go Let's go and look at the map. What are you worms waiting? Move your scurvy carcasses. This is what you came here for, the map of the stones. This here, X marks where the stones must be hidden. A remote island, makes sense, I suppose. Well, what are we waiting for? We've got a ship. Let's sail there and find them. Pipe down, girl. You think the boat of those seafaring simpletons could reach where even the mighty Iron Wyvern could not go? Eh? What the flip are you on about? It's a sight more complicated than that. The Wyvern here is too large to land on solitary isle, and the seas around that rotten little rock are riddled with reefs. Jeepers! So what can't get to the stones? Oh, so we can't get to the stones, sorry. Oh my god. Don't start sniveling just yet, lad. There's a way there, alright? On the back of Tengri, winged dragon, and master of the skies. None flies faster or higher than the pride of my pack of wild worms. Crikey! There's impressive sounding. Come on then, where is this Tengri? Air travel, air travel. Well now, fairy, there's a rub. There's the rub. Tengri has been stuck down with the dreaded Lurgi and flies no longer. Lurgi? You mean he's sick? Gah, nothing's ever easy, is it? Don't speak too soon. We have the mighty wizard Oliver on our side, after all. You saw it? You saw it now? No, dude. I swear, my luck yesterday was just so good. My luck yesterday was just bussin'. That's all I could say. It was just bussin'. It was like a while that I actually fucking opened up cases, and I opened like 14, and then I kind of closed my eyes on one case, and it was the case that I got the knife. So what happened was that, like, I closed my eyes. I was in a group call because I was playing Counter-Strike with Yorkie and another person. So we were playing Counter-Strike, and after Counter-Strike we were opening, or they were opening the capsules for the major, because it was still at 35 cents. So they were opening capsules, and I was like, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna open cases. So I opened cases, and then like one of the cases that I opened, I just kind of closed my eyes, and then I wanted to hear their reaction to something. So I closed my eyes. One of them started saying like, what? And then Yorkie was like, God damn it, Juho. And I was like, then he was like, what? I was like, oh, I got something good. I was like, I opened my eyes, like, wow, it's a knife again. You know what? I'll open cases, and then I literally profited. Again, I profit. I see profit. You mean to heal him? Well, we can't promise anything, but it's worth a try, I reckon. Profit, steam, money, crappa. Well, to be fair though, it's also a bit of, well, it's a bit of overpay as well, because it's like, it's a case hardened, so there's blue on both sides of the knife, but it's like 50% blue, or like more than 50% blue. So it's like a little bit of overpay. Will it look nice on CS2? I don't know. So long as I don't sell it. So long as I don't sell the knife, then sure. What do you mean shut the fuck up. It will come around soon. It will come around soon, I swear. Ollie boy, here's got a spell or two up his sleeve that might get your dragon friend back on the wing. Surely. Yes. You must have something that will work, Oliver. Let's go and meet this dragon, shall we? Sure. Where can we find Tengri, Captain Kublai? No doubt, the great lump will be cowering in a corner of the cave, somewhere feeling sorry for himself. See what you can do. Thanks. Come on. Come on, everyone. We have a dragon to save. All that money spent and still no CS2? Yeah, no CS2 invite. You lot love nothing more than a charity's case, do you? Okay, let's get out of here real quick. That's a dragon? Brr! Brr, an actual dragon right here. Yo, dragon, he's nuts. Am I gonna go up on him? Whimper. Crikey! This dragon looks like he would lose a fight with a fly, man. Not like that one we just fought. Proper feisty he was. Well, he is sick, Mr. Drippy. What's up with you, then, Tenny boy? Ring rot? Is it touch of Hornache? Sorry, Hornache. Yeah. Come on, man. We can't help you if you just stand there groaning like that. I guess he's trying to say something to us. In, you know, dragon. You sure, Ollie boy? Well, if you say so, let's have a listen then. Oh, you mean flipping heck, man. Look lively, will you? How many animals have you spoken to now? And you still don't know what to do? Cast a spell, ain't it? I did know. I was just going to say that. Grenade skins are the rage now. Oh shit, yeah, true. There's gonna be grenade skins out there. Hello, Tengri. We wanted to talk to you if that's okay. I wanted a Tabasco Molotov. Yeah, we have heard. Yo, what's up, Joy Boy? Yeah, we heard you're a bit poorly, ain't it? Tell us what's up, man. Maybe we can help, like. Look, he's scared, aren't you, Tengri? Poor thing. There. We won't hurt you. Don't be frightened. You want to fly again, don't you, Tengri? Why don't you tell us what's wrong? Alright, go on. I feel strange. There's a me who isn't me. Another me. And he's sick. So I can't fly. This dragon best grill. Is it a go? Another Tengri? Do you think he means? Of course! He's got a soulmate over in Ollie Boy's world, ain't it? You mean Mac in Motorville? Like Murdo and I? But Tengri's a dragon. That happens too, eh, Ollie boy? We've seen people with animals for soulmates before, ain't it? You mean like Timmy and King Tom? Sure we have. Exactly. Time to look for a dragon in America. And I reckon Tengri's super sensitive animal mind means he can tell what's going on with his soulmate over by there. What are you lot talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. I really can't be bothered to explain it to you now. I'll tell you afterwards, alright? Tengri, the other you is sick in his heart. Do you understand? In his heart? Yeah, but don't worry. We're going to make him better. So you'll be able to fly again soon. Really? Really? And when you come and you can fly again, do you think you might let us ride on your back? Yes. Alright, I'll let you. Thank you so much, Tengri. We'll help you, I promise. Gee, Esther, that was amazing. It was, say. I've got used to the girl. I clean forgot she had such a way with animals. Suppose she's a familiar keeper after all. What the fuck is this cuckolded loser on the dragon? This dragon's sick. Hee Tengri's not a familiar, silly. No. And he's not much of a dragon either, a massive wimp. You'd be a wimp too if your soulmate was sick. Or have you forgotten what it's like to be attacked by Shadar? No, and I won't forget in a hurry either. Hang about. How come she never stepped in like that when we had to fight that flipping red dragon? I'm sure we can do something to help Tengri. Come on, let's go tell Captain Kublai. I'll leave it for now. I don't want to stir up trouble. Chat Swaney versus Virgin Cuck Drag. Swaney be like that, man. Well, did you discover what has made a mouse of my once mighty dragon? Well, we've got an idea, yeah. Then I suggest you find a cure fairy. I shall look forward to seeing it. Oh, and so you don't get yourselves killed by in the meantime, have this. Jumbo Sun Drop. Gee, is this one of those trees that make familiars metaphor change? That's it. That is it, boy. I couldn't help but notice you using familiars when you were fighting, and what a scurvy bunch of scrags they were. This little wonder old Red almost cooked you. Now, if but one of your familiars had eaten that drop I just gave you and reached the final stage of its development, you would have beaten her easily. I mean, I did beat it. I did beat the fucking dragon easily. Hang on, man. I thought we did beat her easily. I mean, I hardly broke a sweat. Mr. Drippy, thank you, Captain Kublai. I haven't finished, boy. Every creature turns into one of two different types. Oh, you know what? No. I'm fucking. No, I've seen them before. Jaws and familiars are all very interesting, but sorting old Tengri out our top priority, ain't it? Forcing an animal to fight and feeding them steroids, yeah. Yeah, you're right. We need to head over to Motorville and find Tengri's soulmate. Really, right now? Right now, I guess. Oops, it's Gateway. Oops. It's like Pokemon, but even more inhumane. Well, I mean, Pal World is Pokemon, but even more inhumane because you kill Pokemons with a gun or with guns. You shoot them fuckers up.
I seem to recall you telling us the mighty Mornstar was no more, and yet somehow the boy.
I'm hoping to play Pal World sooner or later, though.
Things don't seem to be going according to plan, do they, Shadar?
What you say is true. I went to great lengths to destroy the wand, that the boy might never wield its power. But I could not have known he would travel through time to obtain it.
That reminds me, Lord Gallus. You have used that spell. The one that binds past, present, and future. Surely not. Surely you did not meet with this savior in the past.
The very thought. What would I stand to gain from such a meeting? Perhaps the good lady forgets that it is Shadar who has been charged with the boy's disposal.
Your Excellencies, there is no cause for alarm. Everything is in hand, I assure you. I am the executor charged with bringing destruction to this world, and I fully intend to fulfill my duties.
In any event, the wand he holds is incomplete. Without the power of the three stones, Mornstar is weak. Set against the might of our own wands, it is a mere toy.
Is Jeff Bezos?
It seems you are quite the expert.
They are lost, are they not? The stones from which Mornstar's magic powers sprang.
Correct. The magic stones are lost, but the boy is searching for them now. Of that I have no doubt.
And how are we to stop him finding them?
When the Wizard King concealed them long ago, he entrusted their care to three fearsome guardians. I propose that we awaken the Keepers of the Stones from their slumber. Does this plan please you, your Radiance?
Really?
Listen to me well, Shadar. The Keepers of the Stone shall henceforth answer to you.
I am honored.
Use your new powers wisely. The
New
Wizard
powers?
King's most faithful servants are now yours to command.
Really? Really? It's true. Bezos loves cock, yeah. Right in hole, Ollie boy. We need to find Tengri's soulmate, Den, ain't it? Can you think of anyone who reminds you of a massive flying dragon? You mean, somebody dragon-like? Come on, man. You know everyone in town, don't you? If you can't think who it might be, just ask around, ain't it? Motherfucker, I wanna get in the car crash. Come on. Huh. Ah! Oh man, fuck you. Game about an actual delusional weep cosplay. Yeah. Oh, hi Oliver. You won't isekai that easily. Hi Myrtle, long time no see. How's it been working for Miss Layla? I love it. And I'm getting better all the time. I know the names and prices of everything in the store now. Tuxedo mask. Very impressive, young lady. Oh, I'm Swainy, by the way. I don't really like to talk about it, but I made it my business to protect these poor kids here. I'm what you might call their guardian. Fucking idiot. Doesn't even fucking hear. Doesn't even fucking hear that. You know she can hear you, don't you? You what? Hehehe. People from this world can see or hear us, silly. This girl is my soulmate. Can't you tell? Yeah, I suppose I can. Now that you mention it. Yeah, man, they look just like each other, ain't it? They don't act the same, mind. Thank goodness for that. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Oliver, can you hear voices? No. No, I can't hear them. Weird. Hey, wanna know what they call me around town these days? People have started to calling me the Dairy Fairy. It's a little embarrassing, but I kinda like it. Neato! That sounds great, Myrtle. I can't believe how much things have changed for you. You mean now they don't call me Starry Mary anymore? Yeah, I guess things have changed. People can simply hear my friends. Dude took the Zaza, man. Dude took the Zaza. And everyone... He has imaginary friends now. Hold on. Give me a sec. I need to turn off my fucking lights real quick. There we go. Oh, haha. Oof. Uh-oh. There's a Matt Donald loose. Strange. I feel like I know him from somewhere. Isn't he sweet though? No. Hey there, Genghis. Are you out on your own again, sweetie? Hey, this dog, that's right, it's Danny's dog. You know, Danny, who lives next door to me. They're always out walking together. There's another thing I decide about this game. You know, while playing that, everything is literally just some kids fantasizing. Well, it's either that, or, like, literally this is gonna happen and, like, the mom will actually be alive. It's either he took the Zaza and, like, literally be, like, in bed just fantasizing about his fucking, like, mom being, like, coming back to life for, like, days after days after days, or this is actually, like, like an actual fucking real thing where his mom actually comes alive afterwards. No spoilers, by the way. If the mom comes alive, the mom comes alive anyways. But if the mom's, like, dead and, like, he wakes up, like, fantasizing about it, and then he cries into bed afterwards, like, holy shit, dude. Good approach would have been making it very ambitious, whether or not it's real or not. Yeah, that's right, it's Danny's dog, you know. Oh, ambiguous, yeah. You're saying Oliver's in a ditch staring at the sky? Probably! Because his mom died. His mom died at the beginning of the fucking game. Fucking dude smoked the Zaza and probably stared at the ceiling for, like, I don't know, like a month or something. Little kid's fucking like depressed. They present in a way that is very clear this is all just happening in his mind. Maybe, I don't know. You know, Danny, who lives next door to me, they're always walking out together. Well, I guess you couldn't really call it walking. As soon as school's out, the two of them go running off together all over town. But I haven't seen Danny lately. Even though you live next door? That's weird. It is, huh? I always know when he leaves the house. I hear him laughing and hollering. At least I did until recently. You mean he hasn't been going outside? Maybe, yeah. Maybe he was like, he's like I was. Crikey! You mean now we have Kurt staring Mary? We've got Glary Carey to deal with instead? Typical. Glary Carey? Mr. Drippy! What, man? I thought she... Wait, hold on. I thought she couldn't flipping hear me. Ow! What are you getting so worked up about? I think he wants to tell us something. Huh? Genghis? What could he want? Looks like another case for the heroic wizard who can talk to the animals. Don't make fun of him, Oliver. I know we're supposed to be looking for Tengri's soulmate, but... Please, could we speak to Genghis? Sure. Let's hear what he has to say. Just a second, Myrtle. I need to ask Genghis what's wrong. Sure. How exactly? By the power of Zaza, I have the telekinesis with the drug that I use to talk to this animal. Literally telekinesis right now. Oh, I mean, I need to see if he has any clues, you know, being Danny's pet and all. Shut up, man. You're making it worse. Hehe, you can be awfully strange sometimes, Oliver. Anyways, I have to open the store. I'll see you around, okay? Animal sidekick? Yo, he has a, like, telekinesis. Grrr! Why won't you listen to me? How many times do I have to tell you? My master, he's in trouble. Blimey, sounds serious. Grrr. Oh, you're listening now, are you? And you can see us? Sure I can. You're not exactly easy to miss. How come you suddenly started listening? Of course. He can see us cause animals are all sensitive and that, ain't it? Oh, and we were listening, Dogface. We just couldn't understand till Ollie Boy cast the spell, ain't it? Huh? Well, you seemed so upset. We had to find a way of speaking to you. There's something you want to tell us, isn't there, Genghis, sweetie? Sweetie? Oh, sorry, I mean Mr. Genghis, sir. Stupid humans. Anyways, I'll tell you again. My master, Danny, is the greatest athlete in town has ever seen. And I'm his best friend, the king of dogs. You can call me Genghis. I could swear I know someone who talks like, just like you. I was thinking just the same thing, in fact. Doesn't Genghis kind of look like somebody we know, too? It's Mr. Genghis, Oliver. But yes, I had the same feeling. Who the flip could it be now? Kublai! How could we not have spotted it? Just look at his expression. Huh. Could be old pirate face head on another body? Now I look at it properly. They're sharp eyes. They're sharp-eyed of you, Ollie boy. He talks just like him too. Kinda rough. But it's funny, huh? Over in your world, Kublai keeps dating dragons, but here he's somebody's pet. Hey, do you think? What, man? Spit it out. Tangri's soulmate, could it be Danny? What makes you say that? Does he look like a dragon or something? Oh, I get you. Kublai and Tangri are proper close, ain't it? So it makes sense Genghis here would be close with Tangri's soulmate. Exactly. But that would mean Kublai's pet in our world is his master in this one. The old switcheroo, eh? Classic stuff. Grr. Stop yapping and listen to me, will you? Oh, sorry, Mr. Genghis, sir. Are you listening now? Good. Until recently, my master and I spent all our times training. You did, huh? I used to see you running around town all the time. Well, of course you did. We were working for our dream, for my master's dream of making the state championships. You were helping him train? Just like, I just said that, didn't I? Anyway, he didn't make the track team. Nobody ever said life was easy after all. Tell me about it. But he didn't give up, not my master. He just trained harder than ever. That's the spirit. That's just what I imagine someone with a friend like you would do. But then, it happened. Grr. Maybe he trained too hard. Maybe I didn't look after him well enough. He went and got himself injured, did he? Is that why he's not been out and about lately? I didn't think it was anything serious. I thought he would be fine, and by the time I noticed, it was too late. So that's what's behind it all, eh? Urgh. He lost his confidence. He was so convinced he would make the team next time, and then suddenly he was different. Hey, I bet he's heartbroken? Could be, Ollie boy. Could well be. That would explain why Tengri can't fly too, huh? Then we have to help him, Mr. Genghis, sir. Can you take us to your master? Urgh. You think you can fix him, fools? You think you can fix him? Fools. He's seen all the best doctors, and they couldn't help. What makes you so special? It's nothing a doctor can fix, bud. It's his heart, see? It's broken. And we just happen to specialize in mending broken hearts. Mr. Genghis, sir. You have to trust us. I think we can help Danny. Fine. But if you hurt him, I'll bury your bone in your back garden. You know our house, don't you? I'll wait for you there. Huh. Same old story, eh? Well, I suppose there's any harm in Kublai owning us one in this world as well. You still here, Oliver? Did Genghis give you any clues? He sure did. It's bad news, Meadow. Danny's hurt. Oh, he is? Oh, that's terrible. I had no idea. Wait, did you actually talk to Genghis? Not even antidepressant could cure Danny. No way, man. I know. I just figured it out, and it's worse than that. I think his heart may be broken too. I have to help him. I had to mend him. Sorry, Myrtle. You have no idea what I'm talking about, huh? Maybe not, but I believe in you. You used magic to heal me, didn't you? Yes. Hey, Oliver. Can I come with you? Danny and I were good friends once. What kind of good friends are they? Friends with benefits. And when I couldn't go outside, you helped me so much. Maybe I can help you this time. Gee, Myrtle. Thank you. That's okay. Oh my god, this fucker is coming with me right now. She's a nice girl, eh? What? Wait. Isn't she supposed to mend the fucking shop? Where the fuck is, whoever it is? Where's the fucking, the auntie, whatever it is? She's a nice girl, eh? Hey, of course she is. She's my soulmate. Alright, she's now traveling with me. Cool. Wait, where? Down. Oh, hey, it's this house. Okay, I remember now. This is your master's house, isn't it, Mr. Genghis, sir? Yes, but I can't take you any further than this. And he can't see us, ain't it? Looks like you're the man for the job, Ollie boy. Sure. Open up, you fucker! Are you sure he's in there? Of course I'm sure. He's in there on his own. Can't you just use magic on Lolly, man? Let me call him for you. It's that girl from next door. Danny! Danny, are you in there? Danny, it's me, Myrtle. Can you hear me? Holy shit. Woof, woof, woof. Myrtle, get back! Stand back! It's the purple mist! It's the Grimace Shake mist! Danny is stinky? What is that? Not again! It's another flipping nightmare. Oh fuck. Oh shit, he's naked! He's fucking naked, dude!
Danny!
What the fuck? What? What the f- Oh, okay. Usual kind of shit.
Here
Oil spill. What the fuck? That's a lot of damage. Wait, hold on. There we go. Get out of here. Oh man, dude. I feel like my timing is usually just off. My guy is sleeping? I didn't realize my guy is sleeping. Holy shit. I didn't realize my guy's sleeping this whole time. He's dead. Cool. Motherfucker's dead. GG. Gone for life, man. Nino! All of a sudden, it's like shout. It's in my ears. Jesus. Enlighten. Belly buster. Hell yeah. Okay. Woof! Arf! 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 Danny! Oliver! Oh, Oliver! Everything went dark, so dark. It was Danny's heart. I felt it. It was crying out. He was so much in pain. That's weird. Must be the nightmare, ain't it? Huh? You mean Myrtle could see it too? I don't know. I don't know, do I? But it seemed like she could hear me a bit, didn't it? Maybe she's more sensitive to these things than most. Damn it! It's hard to see her so upset and not be able to do anything about it. Yes. Oi, Ollie boy. You know it's not as simple as just beating the nightmare, ain't it? Oh, it's like when it happened to me, is it? So what piece of heart is he missing? I just can't keep up. I'll never catch them. He's lacking confidence, isn't he? Oliver, we need to get some from somewhere. Sure. Danny? Myrtle? Oliver, I think I understand what Danny was feeling. It was just like when it happened to me. Oh my. What can I do to help him? It's alright, Myrtle. I'll help him, I promise. Oliver. Danny, wait! I need to mend your heart. What do you know about my heart? I didn't make the cut. It's that simple. And now with my injury, I don't deserve to run. They'll all overtake me. They'll all leave me behind. And there's nothing you or I can do about it. Oh, Danny. Myrtle, I need you to do something for me. I can help Danny, but I can't do it right away. So I need you to look out for him for a little while. Can you do that for me? Can you stay with him? Sure, Oliver. Anything I can do to help. Thanks, Myrtle. I'll be back real soon. this is all very heroic of you, Ollie boy. But have you got any idea where we can find some confidence in a hurry? Ain't it like, ain't like it, grows on trees, you know? It is. Or is it? Sorry. Well, it doesn't matter. Let's just go back and visit all the places we've been so far. Back in our world, you mean? Yeah, why not? There's got to be someone somewhere more confidence than's good for him, for them. Thank you, guys. Thanks, you guys. Let's go find some confidence. I had to go back and find confidence. Confidence on these nuts. I can't believe look. They disappeared right in front of their eyes. I can't believe this. That's a fucking schizophrenic piece of shit. Disappeared right in front of their eyes, man. That's it. Hello, I'm here. Give me your confidence, please. I just want your confidence. I don't care about anything with the story. Just give me your confidence. Anytime I'm gonna take a heart, like I literally do not care about what you want to talk about, honestly. Quake? Dude, I got a spell to quake my boots. God damn. And quake over my nuts. Holy shit. Seek fortune. Quake, I'd rather get Unreal. Unreal with your nuts? Goddamn, Unreal nuts. They're just big, you see. Oh shit, the guy's just walking by. Don't worry, sir. I'm just giving someone confidence in their warm chest. Huh? What? What are you doing? Myrtle? Danny? I can feel it! The pain in his heart is disappearing! Woo! Hey boy, you're here too. I'm so sorry I caused everyone so much trouble. It's not your fault. You were, my heart, it feels so light. Like a weight has been lifted. You did this, didn't you? He did! And he did the same for me, Daddy. Oliver knows how to use magic spells. Heh. I'll be surprised hearing that from anyone but you, Myrtle. Wait, no, don't worry, Oliver. He doesn't actually believe her. Oh, woof. You're right, Genghis. We need to get back in training. But Danny, your leg. Are you sure you should? Huh, Dad? It was just a scratch. I can't sit around feeling sorry for myself because of that. The longer I sit around, the faster the others get. I can't let them beat me. I have to make the cut next time. Hehe. That's the Danny I know. Good luck. Ha, thanks. I won't need it. Come on, boy. It's training time. I can feel myself getting slower by the second. Woof. Literally going out for a run right now. Crikey, he doesn't look so slow to me. Hehe. Looks like he's forgotten all about his injury. That's the power of the heart. I'll have to become Sonic? Yeah. You did it! You did it again, Oliver! Thank you so much. It wasn't me, Myrtle. It was Danny. His heart was strong enough to make it. I just gave it a helping hand. You really are a hero, aren't you? Maybe even a handsome prince. What? Cut it out, Myrtle! Hey, I sure hope Danny makes the state championships, don't you? Hee hee. Of course I do. it won't be easy, but something tells me he will make it. Of course he will, especially now we've helped him on the way. Oh no, I had to get back to the store. Huh? What's wrong, Myrtle? I was in the middle of opening up. Miss Layla will be so mad. What? You were working? Jeepers. You need to get back there. She's running. She's just as easily distracted as someone else I could mention. Oh yes, and who might that be? Oh wait. Okay, I have to go see Myrtle now. Jesus. I'm gonna go back and forth on this shit. Wait, what? What's the save file now? Layla in Myrtle's store. What's happening to Layla's in Myrtle's store now? I legitimately still think that this sounds like a fucking Disney music. It just sounds very Disney-like to me. Hello. I'm sorry, Miss Layla. I didn't mean to leave the store like that. Myrtle, dear, where have you been? I was worried about you. Look, it's Esther and the other one. And who might you be, sweetie? This little lady's been around an awful lot lately. Eh? What little lady? There you are. Hello, Oliver. I've been looking for you. P? P? She's here somewhere? Hehe. Is she a fan of yours, Oliver? Then I'll leave you two and get back to work. See you soon. Well, it looks like you found who you were looking for, dearie. I'll leave you with Oliver, shall I? Thanks, Miss Layla. Have a nice day. Oliver, I had to tell you something. I'm sorry, P. What is it? Eh? Who's he saying sorry to? Oliver, the slittery one and the doggy one and the bony one. They're coming. That sounds like dicks. That sounds like penises. The slittery one, the doggy penis, the bony penis. They're coming. The keepers. You have to be careful. I don't understand, P. Yes, you do. Just be careful. Okay, P. I'll try. What? Who were you just talking to? Huh? Oh, gee. I'm sorry. You don't know about P yet, do you, Swaney? She's a funny little girl, I know. I see her in here in Motorville sometimes. I've seen her in my dreams too. But we can't see her. No, huh? She's gone. She always does this. What's wrong? Did she disappear again? And I didn't understand what she was trying to tell me. I think I get it. Get what, Mr. Drippy? Well then, sorry. Myrtle and that lot can see us a lot from our world, right? So that means P probably can't see us a lot either, ain't it? It's the same, but the other way around, you mean? That's right. It's not so weird when you think about it, eh? Us not being able to see someone from another world. It's not? Oh, who cares? As long as you can see her, eh, Oliver? Yeah, I'm more worried about going and seeing how Tengri's doing, if your guess was right, Oliver. Ain't it, though? You've sorted Danny out, so Tengri should be able to fly again, Tidy. You're right, let's go check on Tengri. Literally a lot of reading. There's a lot of reading that I'm doing! Like, holy shit. Read after read after read. Alright, let's see about Tengri real quick. Hello, Tengri. She's gone. Where is she? Motherfucker, where is she? Wait, how much health do I have? Why does Swainy have like 277 health? Maybe because I'm a child. Hi guys, Captain Kublai. Do you know where Tengri is? Gahar, you come at a good time, boy. You see?
That sound.
Oh my god.
Tengri!
Behold, he's a sight for sore eyes, and no mistake. He stopped sniveling and took to the skies again, not long after you left. Like magic it was. Wait, you meddling dogs did something while my back was turned, didn't you? Well, it's a little hard to explain, but we went to another world and Oliver helped the Tengri there get better. All you need to know is that Oliver's magic is the reason that Tengri is flying again. Still sprouting nonsense, I see. But no matter. You did as you said you would. I'll not question your methods. Heh. I had no idea the real Tengri was so lively. This is how dragons should be. Seems he's taken a liking to you, and after all my hard work. So be it. I know when I beat it. He's yours. You're his master now, lads. You and he both know it already. Really? But what's the matter, worm? Not good enough for you? No, sir. Thank you very much, Captain Kublai, sir. That's settled then, Tengri. Let's say hello to your new master. Kya! Kya! Nice to meet you too, Tengri. Likewise, I'm sure. Alright, let's go find the magic stones. Set a southward course, lad. You'll happen upon Solitary Isle soon enough. Yeah!
We're flying!
Joy Boy with the Prime resub for 2 months.
It's nice and comfy up here. Come on, Tengri, let's
Thank you for the Prime resub, much appreciated. Jesus, we are on a dragon. We're dragoning. We're dragoning these nuts, honestly. Dragging these nuts. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Flipping Nora! Is this high enough for you, Ollie boy? Righto, since the smallest mistake up here will result in certain death. Oh, no. L and R. Okay. 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 Oh. Oh, okay. I got a dragon horn. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, I see. Wait, so I can fly around. I can fly around places. Hold on. Holy fuck, I just got grabbed. I got yoinked. What the flying fuck? Wait, the question right now... Is this a Spyro? Is this Spyro? Is this Spyro? Is what I'm playing right now Spyro? What the fuck? This is like so interesting. Holy shit, I can be on the fucking... I can be on top of the volcano. Nice airship. Yo. I got me a spiral airship. You miss me saying a lot of arfs a lot. I said many arfs. Arf! Arf! Because I'm the dog. The dog in this game. Wait, hold on. I just realized something. I have not done one of the bounties. I still need to do one of the bounties in this game. Is it this one? Yeah, cool. I have 6. I got 6. Wait, oh no, I only have 1. Okay. Allow you to give Tangri a speed boost by pressing. Wow. Holy fuck. Okay. Let's see the errand board real quick. Only 1. Senior Ding Dong. Oh yeah, I need a fucking. I need courage. I can't find the courage anywhere. Just need to find courage, man. Do I go to Solitary Isle? Right now? Right meow? I guess so. Yoink. Yoink. I can't believe I just got yoink like that. What's around here though? Ooh. I'm just like flying around. I want to see the world real quick. Jesus. God damn, I can't believe we're actually just flying around. Like, holy fuck. Insane. I can go to like restricted places like Lamau. Like that restricted place. Like, holy fuck, that's a pro- What the fuck? That's a castle! What the fuck? What? Why is there a castle here? Castle here in the middle of nowhere. What the fuck? You can't land here. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't land anywhere there. Don't land in the Grimace Shake Swamp. True. Happy birthday, Grimace. Oh man. Imagine landing here. Like, what the fuck? Wait, hold on. Yeah, imagine landing here. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Wait. Hold on. Where the fuck am I? in this weird ass place. Can I go into this like mine shaft? I can? What the fuck? What the fuck? Huh? I'm in a fucking mine shaft. Holy shit. Okay. Toadstool Sunday. You can go in the mine shaft. No, shut up. Motherfucker. No, not like that. What? Who the fuck are you? Wide eyes, young man. Not so scared of skeletons, are you? Well, there's really no need to be. I mean you no harm. I'm just a humble hermit, happy to spend my death alone here in this cave. It's the dark, it's cram, and it's full of grog. Why would I ever want to leave? Okay, this guy's not leaving at all. Like, what the fuck?
Stand back.
A giant's fingernail? What? A giant's fingernail? Excuse me? I guess I can exchange the giant's fingernail. Sure. There's some super secret, super special secret kind of area right here. Don't know how the fuck I got in here. Yoink. Wow. Wow. Did I land in here? Oh, this is the place that I wanted to land just now. Oh, yeah. What do you mean I can't land here? Hello? Here we go. Boom. Crikey, look at this monument by here. Well, this didn't make it here by accident. It must have something to do with the stones. Hey, look, there's something written on it. Oh, God. No. Fuck! Oh, I had to do some fucking... Oh, fuck me. Alright. Time to work out my weird, shitty-ass detective skills. Haha. Do I really have detective skills? No. Alright, give me a sec. Fuck. Do they mention? I hope they mention. Hold on. Nazcon, ain't it? It's probably tell us where them stones are hidden and all. Shall I decode it for you, Ollie boy? Yes, please, Mrs. Drippy. Okay, wait. Okay, at least he's gonna like decrypt the code for me. Alright. So I don't have to do anything. Good. The secret that the map imparts lies not without but in its art. And that means what exactly? It means if I'm not very happy, if I'm not very much mistaken, that the stones ain't on this island. What? You heard me? The secret of where the hidden lies not without, it says. Meaning not on the surface of the map for all to see. And I reckon that bit about it in its heart means the real locations of the stones are lurking somewhere inside this the flipping thing. So, how do we get them out? Well, I don't flippin' know, do I? Calm down, Mr. Drippy. It's not as if we ever have the map at the moment. Even have the map at the, sorry. Looks like we'll better get I can't even speak. Looks like we'll better go and talk to old Kublai again. Giddy out, Kengri. Oh no, really? I need to go somewhere real quick, and then we'll see about that place. I wanna know what this one is. Really? I can't see it. Bruh. Dude, this is like fucking whatever that game. No, whatever that show's called. Avatar, The Last Airbender. But instead of like a fuzzy looking dog, flying dog, it's a fucking Durgon that looks like Spyro. It is actually Spyro. Spyro's actually leading us. Gah! Tell me, boy, did you find those magic stones? Not exactly. We did find a big old monument, though. The point is, Mr. King of the Pirates. Is that there were no stones there? Not a single one. I reckon you better give us another look at the map of yours. Huh, curious. And you searched thoroughly? Thoroughly? We're trying to save the world, man. Of course we searched flipping thoroughly. It was definitely the right island. Here, Ollie boy, give the Nazcon from that monument thingy another read. That'll tell you the secret, I'll bet. The secret that the map imparts lies not with doubt but in its heart. What could it mean? Well, the hard stuff always has something to do with your magic, right? So, should we cast Take Heart on it or something? Cast it on the map? And what would we do with what we got from here? If we got anything, that is. But it could be something to do with magic, right? Yeah. That tends to be the case when you're... where you're involved. You put a good idea of faith in the boy's wizarding. Does he know many spells? Oh, lots and lots. People just... Jonathan. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. Hi guys, my name is Jojo Horse. I am a Singaporean speedrunner as well. We're not speedrunning for the time being. I'm not really playing my usual games today, or for the time being. I'm playing Ni no Kuni for a couple of days now. I've been playing Ni no Kuni for the past 5 days. It's been fun so far. I've been really liking this game, and what it brings as well. Hope your stream went well. Hope Pepsi Man speedruns actually went well today as well. Oh, lots and lots. People just keep giving them to him. You're not wrong, Esther. We've got a tidy pile spell now, ain't it? I reckon we must have something that will work. The secret that the map imparts lies not with doubt but in its heart. Gee, 1 or 2 maybe. Well, there's only one way to find out. I can't even... There we go. Okay, wait, hold on. There we go. Oh, it's there. Ooh. Tidy, we hit the flippin' jackpot. So they were hidden separately. I had my suspicions. There are 3 stones after all. To hide them in one place seemed foolhardy. Hang on. I'm not sure I understand. What made all the marks appear on the map? It was the spell I used, Insight. It shows you the memories of the people who once owned an object. I get it. So it showed you the places that the person who made the map wanted to keep secret. Yeah, the memories just came rushing into my mind all at once, and there was a message too. Well, what was it? Spit it out, man. Let me see. The one is the weapon of the heart. The stone merely reflects its surface. True power lies in the depths. That's all it said. What the heck's that supposed to mean when it's at home? I'm sure we'll find out eventually. Let's think about it while we look for the stones, shall we? Fair enough. Here, Pirate Face, will you give us a land of the map? It'll be alright, faff, coming back here all the time to check it. The stones are your concern. I have no need of the map. Take it. It will free up more space for good. Honest plunder. Okay. Thank you very much, Captain. We'll go see what we can find at the 3 places marked on the map. Then it looks like we'll be spending plenty of time up in the clouds with Tengri. I can't wait. Huh, yeah. We'll be keeping him busy, alright. Tidy! It's time to begin the next chapter in the adventures of the intrepid wizard Ollie boy. The search for the magic stones. Alright. That was a lot of dialogue over the past 40 minutes of the fucking thing. Actually, no. Like, past 50 minutes, I think. There's a lot of dialogue. Way too many dialogue. Holy shit. Well, what can I do? It's like it's literally a JRPG. Everything has fucking dialogue. Everything is dialogue. 1/3 of the game is dialogue. Mineshaft, yeah. No way a dragon? Yeah, we got a dragon now. We took the dragon, that's why. Yoink, my dragon now. It's like literally yoink my dragon now. It's clearly a wall. Shut up. The new map music is banger. Yeah. How you doing, Yorkie? Hope you're doing well. Oh shit, Yeti. Fucking Yeti. The glittering grotto. Ning to you. Ning to you. You cannot be entering without the permission of the elder of the village of Yule. Yes? You do not know where I'm speaking. Go simply south. Yes? What? Are they cold? They're literally cold. Look at them. They're just like fucking like just shivering right here. What the fuck? Hold on. So can I attack you? Oh my god, that's a Sasquatch.
We did it!
That's 200 XP though. It's an okay XP amount. So I had to go there, but I also had to go to. Okay. Okay, I see where I should go.
Let's go! Here we go!
Oh wait, let's give you this. Ha! Dit!
We did it!
Ice areas are almost always in the later half of the JRP. Really? Really? So I guess I'm more than halfway into the game already then. About halfway or more than halfway? I don't know.
Come on! Here we go!
Holy shit. That's it. They're dead. Dead for life. Can't believe this. Yeah, I'm guessing I'm more than halfway into the game so far, huh? Wait, you know what? Let me actually go up. Up. I want to grind for more XP. Fuck off, you dude. Ooh, moon crystal as well. Good. Good, 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 good. I need the moon crystal. Oh man, I can't really jump over this thing. Wait, hold on. Ooh, what's this? Teal wood. Teal wood? Interesting.
We're under attack. Here we go.
Dude, Sweeney, you need to stop stealing shit. Like, legit. Like, holy fuck, Sweeney. Please stop stealing shit. You fucking asshole. Okay, wait, hold on. I can do this, right? Hold on. Can I do this? Oh, wait, do I need... Hold on, do I need 2 or 3? Do I need 2 or 3? Okay, I need 3 then. I think I need 3. I need to check back with the recipe again later. But then again, I can actually like grind my XP. No, I don't waste it. It brings it back to you.
Here goes nothing.
It's like a trial and error kind of thing. Holy shit. Big damage. Oh no, big damage again.
We did it.
Okay, let me actually level both Sweeney and Esther up before anything happens. I just need to level both of them up, and then I probably would do something about it. Oh fuck. Did he just fucking sit on me? Motherfucker sat on me. How much damage do I give? Not a lot, but... I don't have to use it at all. Wow. Okay. Let's whack all of them up to 45, 44 respectively then.
Fancy your chances, do you?
Here goes.
I also need to look at Sweeney's fucking health as well. I'm close to actually looking at Sweeney's health. You know what, later. I can heal him up later. As I steal the orb. That's meant for healing. Rip. Okay, there we go. Okay, it's right down there.
Stay calm now. Here goes.
Oh, I don't have Slash and Burn. Okay. I forgot that Slash and Burn is like fucking 33 magic powers. It's like a lot. What can I do about it? It's a lot. Good attack as well. There's a good amount of fucking damage. Okay.
It's a good...
Okay, just a little bit more. And then I should be good. 2 snowflakes. Cool.
Come on, you guys! Here goes!
Okay, let's grab this. I'm like supercharged, and I've already used some kind of damage. Okay, how much damage do I give? 400 and 500. Rip to them, honestly. So rip to them. Okay, look at that, level up. But then again, right now, like my decision time is do I also level Swainy up to... Do I want to level Swainy up to... Oh, wait, 896 more. So I think like I need like 4 more attacks. Oh, 4 more battles. There we go. I need 4 more battles in order for me to actually just, you know, to level Swainy up, and then I think I can actually do it then.
Nice try!
Yeah, that's a little bit more. Plasma ball.
Come on, you guys! Here goes!
Ooh. Ooh, rip to death. Now I might just head to the bathroom real quick. I'm back. Okay. I'm very lucky that this thing didn't fucking come towards me at all. If it came towards me, I'm kind of a bit screwed. Well, not really that screwed, because you still have to choose your character in order for you to fight. I totally forgot about that. Yeah. You just literally have to find a character and shit like that. Yay!
Better luck next time.
Should be 1 more, and then I should be good. I'm not too sure. I think it's just 1 more.
Stay calm now! Here goes!
Ooh, wait. What the fuck? What the fuck? Excuse me? When did I get, like... When did I get super fucking high speed? Give me that shit, you fucker. Sorry. Didn't mean to tell a girl fuck. Didn't mean to tell a girl to fuck off. I'm sorry. Just running towards it. I was like, no, give it to me. Don't you dare fucking take it. Give it to me. There we go. Now Swaney is fucking level 44. Okay, now I could get to go into the wherever it is. Here. This weird fucking thing. It's a Yule. Oh, the gate's locked! It seems we can't get in. Unless there's an entrance on the other side. Come on, Oliver, let's have a look. Yeah, I'm fucking lazy. I'm lazy. So, literally you can do the job for me. Thank you. Just lazy, man. Don't have to run all the way to the other side, at least. Yule. Yule, home of the snowfolks. Snowfolk. Dude, how the fuck is Esther stronger than Swaney? Look at how fucking, like, look at how much Swaney and Drippy are shivering. Like, what the fuck? And then you have like Esther being like, oh yeah, I'm very strong. Also, I have my fucking belly button exposed. My whole stomach exposed, you fucking weak ass bitches. Wow, this place is amazing. It sure is. Look at the lights coming through the snow. It's beautiful. And look at those big fluffy desert clothing, I guess. And look at those big fluffy things. I've never seen one before. What are they? Them? Oh, they're called Tomtis? Tomtis? Ain't it? You only get them by here in the winter isles. Everywhere else is too warm for them to see. Really? Wow, they're so cute. Yeah, they're lovely, but can we talk about this inside? I can feel my blood turning into ice. Oh, now she's shivering. Fucking hell. I second that emotion, freezing my bits off. I am... Oh, yeah, okay. Wait, hold on. Do you have courage? Oh, you have confidence. Okay. I'll take your confidence at least. Take. Is this JRPG Saw? You wanna play a game? How are you doing, Toshbeat? Yeah. It kinda is. Smile. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Oh, wait. Are you the... Oh, yeah, you're the investigator. I forgot about that. Hey, Cerise. Hope you're doing well. It's the little guy... Shut up. Is the little guy following you? It's, our fairy person, which is Drippy. He doesn't have the drip, mind you. My dude doesn't have the drip, mind you. Snazzy swimsuit. It looks like the people from Pink Panther. Oh yeah. I have to go to Castaway Cove for that shit. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I have to go to Castaway Cove for that shit. Give me your belief, bitch. My belief now. So I've already known 6 of them, right? Yeah, I only need these 2 left. So I'm guessing we are like more than halfway into the game now. God damn, we're more than halfway into this game. Holy fuck! What the fuck? Ice shard. Oh. Wait. 60? Eh. Okay. So I can technically sell as well, right? Yeah, I can technically sell. Okay. Wolf Fang. Oh! I guess Wolf Fang would be good for... 1, 2, 3. Sure. You know what? I'll buy 2 for now because... I mean, I'm okay with, like, the other one. Okay, let's sell shit because I need to sell shit right now. 1 in the bag. 1 in the bag. Three in the bag. 1 in the bag. I don't have any use for this unless... Equipped. 2 in the bag. Sure. Didn't even use this at all. Didn't even use this one as well. Giant finger. Oh, this is the. Oh yeah. Okay, I got this for free. So whatever. Fuck off. Yeah, I think that's okay. Okay. I should be okay. 1 in the bag, 1. I can sell this. Don't need this one as well. Cool. What else can I even buy? Oh, that's caramel. Nah, I don't need caramel, right? Yeah, I don't need caramel. I need a coffee. I forgot about that. I need coffee. I mean, there's this. I'll buy 10 of these. There we go. Cool. Wait, which one is the one? You little girl. Alright, give me your heart. Whatever heart you have, give me your heart. Kindness. Oh fuck. Give me your heart. Yoink, mine now from the little girl's fucking chest. That sounded very bad. Yoinked it from the little girl's chest. That's it. Oh my god! Please get out. Ugh. Okay, fine. I'll give you the belief, but you have to get out of the fucking way. Cause I want that chest. I want that fucking chest. Belief. How many fucking shit that you... How many fucking, like, heart stuff that you need? Like, holy shit, you need, like, a lot of hearts. What the fuck? Phoenix Feather. Frosty Flan. Actually, hold on. Defense. Are you full of defense? I don't think you're full of defense, right? Hold on, let me check. Are you full of defense? Okay, you're not that full of defense. That's good enough. Magical attack. I'll give you both of the magical attack. Okay, one more. Magical defense. I'll give you the defense as well. There you go. I feel like I don't need this a lot. Do you have courage? Tell me you have courage. Courage! Finally! Holy fuck! I've been finding you this whole time! This fucking child! I've been trying to find this child this whole time about the fucking... courage, man. Okay, wait, hold on. Can I... Okay, can I teleport out of here first? I can. Okay, cool. Oh, fuck. Where is it again? Ding dong dell, ding dong. Ding dong dell? It's like one of the guards, right? Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it's one of the guards. I'm just gonna yoink the fucking money again. Yoink money. I love money. Wait, what? What do you have? What do you have? Your confidence? Jesus. What emote is that? Holy shit, this is like a emote I've never seen before. Best tell music. It's bussin'. A lot of the music in this game is bussin'. I like it. I mean, I like the music in this game. Really good. But also at the same time, there's cat people as well. There's also those Neckos. Okay, which one is it again? You. I know you. You dog, you. You wanted that fucking, you wanted that courage, you. I'll give you courage. There you go. Finally, I fucking found you. After so long. After so goddamn long. Hey, Sigma. Hope you're doing well. Weep. Yeah, true. I am no longer a furry. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my god, there's still more shit? What do you need? Furry weep. Wait. Do I have kindness? I have kindness, okay. Furry weep, furry weep. Goddamn. Kinda true, not gonna lie. Like, I put something in her chest. I put something in her fucking, like, her cat chest. I think there's one more that I need to look at. You, I think. Is it you? Is it you? It's you. Confidence. Okay, you need the confidence. I think I have the confidence. A gift heart. Give you confidence. There you go. There you go. Alright, cool. The fuck, what did I get? Wait, hold on. Oh, okay. So I can get someone's fucking, what is it again? Okay, wait. I need to do this thing real quick. I still need to also like defeat one of the bosses as well in this game. Forgot about that. Or the bounties. Near Russet Isle. Yeah, I haven't seen Russet Isle yet. I don't have bounties, but I do have these. Okay. Okay. So I've taken the bounties, and I have to do the bounties later on. What do I need to do now? Oh, yeah! Take the fucking confidence, and then, yeet the fuck out of here. We're gonna steal your confidence, old lady! Yeah, no one gives a fuck about your fruits! Give me your fucking confidence or else! I'll point a gun on your fucking head! You fucking woman! Taking the heart right now! Give me your heart, you little bitch! Travel to Alma Moon. I need to know what Alma Moon is. Do I have anything? Okay, there's one in there. Is it here? Oh, he's inside. Oh, they're inside, sorry. Don't want to misgender someone. What? Oh no, broken-hearted person again? Motherfucker's broken-hearted again. God damn. Okay, hold on. There. Here's your confidence, bitch. Okay. I wonder what other chests do I need to get as well, other than the purple chests. Excuse me. Excuse me. Which one is it? You. No, sorry. You. Wait, what? Which one is it? Okay, it's you. I need to take your heart, whatever your heart is. Is it confidence? Another confidence. Another confidence, lad! Arr! Arr! Confidence, lad. Give me them heart right meow. Yoink. Mine now. Okay, right now we can travel. Can we travel out? Yeah, we totally can travel out, I think. Alright, let's travel out. Hamelin has fucking stuff. I'm pretty sure like fucking outside of Al Mamoon and Ding Dong Dell have like stuff. Which I'm not really confident in like going to at the moment, I think. Let me check. Do I have... That place? Wait. Oh, okay. Oh, I remember now. Okay, I remember now. Okay. But... Autumnia, Summonlands, north of Summonlands. Okay, hold on. Let's go to Ding Dong Dell for a bit. Ding Dong Dell. I still don't understand, like, where is it? The North Summerlands. What? I guess you know what, later. I'm guessing somewhere in Hamelin there are some people who need help as well. Let me check. Okay. Okay. Is there people in Hamelin that needs help? 2 people. Oh. Technically, like, 1. I can steal the other fucking guy's heart. Yoink my heart now. Hey, Mitten. Hope you are doing well. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Where are you? You're here. You have confidence as well? Do I also have confidence? Yeah, I have confidence. Good, you? I'm doing alright. I'm doing well. I mean, I'm losing my voice slowly because of this game. I mean, I've been playing this game for like the past couple of days now, so there's that. Keep losing my voice as well. The fuck's that emote? Hold on. What's that emote? Oh, I need to see that emote. As my computer literally fucking crashes like that. I hope my computer is not crashing. Oh, it's a maid. Oh. That's pretty cool. A maid looking, hold on. A maid looking fucking emote? That's cool. I need to find out, like, what's, like, fucking up my computer sometimes, you know? I don't know why. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Going down here. Do you need confidence? Yeah, you need confidence, goddamn. The big question? What's up with the big question? I'll answer anything. Anything and everything, I guess. Hey, look, a doppelganger of you. Are you in the tub? Yes, I am in the tub. Why do you have titties? You know, it's a fun thing to show. Or a fun thing to have, you know. I like the whole, like gender bend kind of, thing. You know, like, having, like a male Sona and then a female Sona. You know? Chat craves the horsey? Yeah. How you doing? Shark. Vega. Hope you're doing well. I still need to take the little boy's fucking... Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh, no, you don't need anything. Because I've already done your research. I forgot about that. Gip. Jesus. Doing good, how are you all? I'm doing okay, I'm doing alright. Still playing Ni no Kuni. Still grinding out these fucking errands because why not? I'm dumb as I am, just grinding out errands at the moment. Give me your fucking confidence, boy! I need your confidence right now, boy! But yeah, it's like the whole gender bend. So you have like my male Sona, and then my female Sona. Also, I'm probably gonna get a new PNG tuber kind of like artwork kind of thing sooner or later. I can be using it. And the doodle horse, yeah. But yeah, I guess it's like a fun thing to do, honestly. I mean, if it delights people, sure, I wouldn't mind it. But yeah, there's gonna be another one that's coming out pretty soon as well, so there's that. Sleep be gone. I just passed the fucking chest. Holy shit. I'll stay. Ooh, right. I do need to save as well. There we go. Cool. Whoops, sorry. I fucking pushed, I pushed fucking, Drippy down to the floor. That's my bad. Again. Oh yeah, you need the swimsuit. Yeah, you need the swimsuit. That guy behind me wants fucking stuff. I know about that. I'm not gonna give him stuff just yet. Do you use Fujitech Reactive for your piano? No, I use VOD or whatever it is. Yeah, I think it's just called VOD. Yeah, that one. Oh wait, hold on. Good evening. Restraint. Do I have restraint? Okay, I have restraint. Okay, cool. I was like, wait a minute, do I have restraint? Here we go, that's the restraint. Yeah, I use that one.
Good evening to you.
Good evening. Good evening, governor. Yeah, let's look at some stuff real quick. Magical attack, Jesus. I've not been using anything for you. Fine. I'll give you everything. Does the veil do support GIF or just PNG? I think it's just PNGs only. If I'm not mistaken. Hey, remember Rachel? Hope you're doing well. Oh, you're full. Oh, motherfucker's full. Evasion. You're gonna do all the evasion, my dude. And you too. I hope you're doing well, Rachel. Just woke up. Yeesh. Good morning. Good morning. Take that one. Gonna attempt to beat up the Diablo boss and then chill in streams. That's cool. I've been playing this game for like fucking hours now, so there is that. I need to stop sooner or later. I'm just gonna say I literally need to stop sooner or later because I've been streaming for like 8 hours constantly every day just to play this game. I mean, it's fun if you're into JRPGs, yeah. And I'm not a JRPG person, so you can totally tell, like, I literally fucking played this game for like fucking 35 hours. But it's like not that is Joe stuck in the Ni no Kuni mines, yeah. But that's in-game time. I think real time is like fucking let me think. Real time is like almost 40 hours now, so there's that. My favorite RPG? Hey. But yeah, I've been playing this game for like a while. And it's like a really good game, that's why. I've been loving this game so far. Hey, you give me your shit. Snazzy swimsuit. Yeah, I need this swimsuit. Brr. Wait, what? Wait. To the west? Wait, what do I, wait, what? Wait, what? To the west? Hey, wait, you! Hey, wait, you! Hey, I know you! Hold on. Hold on, just a sec. There we go. Use this right now. Ollie, there you are. You crossed to you crossed the desert too, I see. Then what exactly are you wearing? You look ridiculous. Well, we didn't really have a choice. Everybody has to wear a swimsuit here in Castaway Cove. Ah, swimming. I used to love being in the water, but it's not quite the same when you're a ghost. You don't even get wet. Gee, I'm sorry to hear that. Haha, don't worry about me, Ollie. There's plenty of good things about being a ghost. Hey, is it me, or do you look like someone who has taken the trials? Huh, taken them? He didn't just, take them, shorty. He passed them with flying flipping colors. He did? Did he? Well, bully for him. Come and show off to me when they're calling him, the Sage of Ages. As polite as ever, I see. Big-headed little so-and-so. Anyways, it looks like you're well on your way to becoming a sage now, Ollie. I suppose your NASCAN is coming along nicely too. My NASCAR? NASCAN, he said. It's a language people used to speak ages ago. Proper ancient it is. There's bits of it in your wizard companion if you look. Well, so you do know something after all, Pipsqueak. Yes, the very first wizard companion was written in NASCAN script. And there are still bits and pieces of it in modern editions like yours, too. That's why every copy contains a guide to the NASCAN alphabet. Well, that's pretty neat. I'm glad you think so, Ollie, but because I prepared a special puzzle for you! That one that will test your NASCAN comprehension. Now, open your Wizard's Companion and turn to the page headed, The Tools of Wizardry. If you look closely, you see some ancient NASCAN script there. Your task is to try to decipher it. Let me know when you've worked it out. Fuck! Fuck! Was it Tools of... Was it Tools of something? Hold on. Oh god. Wait. Wait, what if I read from the beginning? Tools of wizardry. Is this the one? Wait, hold on. Tools of wizardry, okay. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. How do I decipher this? Was that the... Yeah, it is. How you doing, Kaiser? 2 birds. Hold on. No. Wait. Hold on. Jesus. How is it written like? Wait, hold on. I need to like... Okay, I'm gonna be dumb. I'm gonna take a picture of it right now. And then literally look at my... Look at the notes right here. Okay, so it looks like... LL... Is it LL? LL E M LLEM. What the fuck is this? That looks like an S. LLEM. Wait, no, wait, huh? Wait, LLEMS I or J? What? Hold on. Hold on. LLEMS I or J? I'm just gonna use an I. Am I supposed to... Hold on. Hold on. LLEJ LLEM SI? Okay. Okay. Wait, hold on. Maybe it was a J then? I don't think it was a... I don't think it's a J. I don't think it's a J. Is there any more stuff that I missed? How is this a J if... I don't think it's a J. That doesn't look like a... No. Hold on. Okay, wait. So it's double L, E M, it's an M, S I or J. It's a word, right? Hey Veritas. Didn't it say it could be either I or J? I mean, I don't think it could be either be an I or an J, because here's the thing though. Hold on. Yeah, here's the thing though. If you scramble up the letters with a J, I don't think it's gonna spell anything at all. So I'm legitimately thinking it's like. Oh wait, hold on. Oh fuck. No. How about backwards? Nope. Is it really J? No way it's J. Oh my god, you fucking game! Fuck off! Bruh! Bruh! Fuck off, you stupid fuck- I don't want to play this game anymore. Oh wait, is it not I smell? Or is it J smell? No? Really? Is it not I smell? Is it really not I smell? Okay, hold on. There's an exclamation point somewhere. Was there? Was there one? I don't think that was one. Oh, wait. Oh. Fuck me. You fucking... Ah! Okay, hold on. I hope it's that one, though. I hope it's that one, though. Okay, hold on. This one is... Oh, it's so hard to even see now. I'm gonna still keep the I smell because it's something about smell, you know, in this fucking game. I smell, you smell. What is this? What is this? Wait. Oh, is it like... Oh, is it this way? Hold on. This way. Why? Oh god. This is so confusing right now. This is really confusing right now. You smell yeah, true. It smells these nuts. True. Unite. Yeah, I need both of them. Hi, Silent. Hope you're doing well. N. Y-I-N. E. S. T. Whatever looks like a triangle. F. Is that another L? That's another L, right? Is it T or L? Oh, that's a T. T. B. What's this thing? E. Am I blind for this? Is there like a triangle with a squiggly? Oh, there is R. Okay. What the fuck is this? What? Why is it so jumbled up? Am I doing this right? This is literally so jumbled up. Hold on. Wait. I'm gonna post like the fucking picture on my on I'm gonna put the picture on the screen because I'm literally I don't know whether I'm fucking dumb. It feels like I'm fucking dumb. Maybe it's supposed to be like cause fantasy language. I don't know. Either that or I'm fucking stupid as fuck and I'm tired as fuck right now. Like holy shit. Okay, hold on. Boom. Yes. Is it gonna show up? Okay, it showed up. Wait, hold on. I need to do this real quick. I think that should work. Yeah. I don't know if anyone wants to fucking yeah, there we go. Anyone want to help me? Fucking what the fuck is this? Motherfucker, I don't know what's happening. Literally do not know what's happening. Okay, let me see this thing real quick. Again. It looks so jumbled. I'm just gonna say it looks very jumbled. Unless I'm really stupid. Oh, it's not Y. Oh fuck, it's not a Y. Wait, is it a Y? No, wait, huh? Oh, the last one's not a Y. Oh, the last one's not a Y. Whoops. Okay. Maybe I have to do this again. Two, three, four, five, six. Oh. Oh. Could it be this? Is it FBR? BER? BER. Okay. So that means I had to delete these then. There you go. Cool. Okay. So the fucking top one didn't have to matter at all. Jesus. Fucking piece of shit troll. Literally a troll. I can't believe this. Anyways. Thank you. As I shit puzzle, honestly. Smile. We wizards should always wear robes woven from the finest of fibers. Mine are made of material from the sky tree. How about that? Really? Neato. My clothes are made from the sky tree too. Putting this in the kids puzzle? Maybe. But what? But Oni sages are allowed to wear, hold on. Oni sages are allowed to wear, sky tree clothes. You're not a sage, Now, midget face. Don't get in a tizzy. The old lady down in the boutique gave us them for free, ain't it, Ollie boy? For free? You fluky little... And here I am about to give you something else brilliant, but I suppose you did solve my puzzle. Here. Vacate. Vacate? Okay, yeah. Shut the fuck up. Bye-bye. Okay, I need to know what this one mean by west. The west of Castaway Cove. How west is west? Hey, move away. Move away, little bitch. Where's the seagull? West, right? West of Castaway Cove. Huh? Hold on. So the director apparently was Ken Motomura is the director of the game. So ah yes, it's his fault. Seagull flew off to the west. I'm certain. Okay, west of outside here or what? Hold on, west of outside Castaway Cove? I don't understand about this. I don't think it's west of here, right? Oops. Find the seagull to the west of Castaway Cove. Seagull to the west of Castaway Cove. So... hold on. I'm gonna scour like every single fucking nook and cranny, I guess.
Ready?
Why the fuck do you have like some weird ass outfit? Jesus. Okay, seagull's not here. I don't think the seagull is actually downstairs as well. If you're mentioning about the west of Castaway Cove. Is it? No, yeah, I don't think so. Where is the west of Castaway Cove? I am very confused on this one. I am very confused on this one. They just point me to the direction of west. What? Shitless kid, I'm reporting you for piddle. Dude, literally this place is just full of people with swimsuits. Shut the fuck up. West? I'm at the west side. I have no idea what the fuck do you mean by west. Oh, you've lived to the west of fucking Castaway Cove. What the fuck do you mean by that? Huh? Yeah, is it bad that I do not know what the fuck do they mean by west of Castaway Cove? Do I have to sail to the west of Castaway Cove? Okay, you know what? Yeah, I guess I'm supposed to be sailing towards the west of Castaway Cove. So if it's the west of Castaway Cove, it's the left side. But it's not in the bayou, I think, right? It's not in the bayou. Fuck do you think it means? Well, I know it's outside the fucking area. I just don't know whether or not, like, I don't know how far this fucking seagull went. How would I know where the seagull went in the first place, you know? Because they mentioned west of Castaway Cove. So how far is west of Castaway Cove? This way west of Castaway Cove? Hey, Seevil. Oh my god, it's up there! Jesus! Bruh. Fuck you, seagull. Bitch ass seagull. I'm coming for my loot, bitch.
Here we go.
How are you doing, Seagull? Hope you're doing well. I'm tired.
Nice one.
Me too. The fuck is that? Is that just a rock or something? That is... Oh, okay. What did I get? I got like something like vacant. Vacate. Ooh. How are you? I'm okay. Tired as well. Only reason why I'm tired is because like I've been playing this game for like the past couple of days for like a very long time, and I keep wanting to play this game a lot more. The titty fountain game? Sorry, it's the cummy fountain game. It's the game with the cum fountain. Like really? Just open up a CS. No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not doing it. I did it yesterday. I'm not gonna do it again. CSGO case, you, true. What the fuck? Okay. What the fuck? Wait, hold on. There we go. Jesus. Oh, I'm pretty cool. It's such soft fabric, but how do I wear? Jesus! What a perv. Excuse me, Mr. Seagull. Would you mind giving that swimsuit back to us? Wow, how can you? You can understand what I'm saying. Every word, you feathered felon. Now hand over that costume you pinched. That bikini by there is a valuable piece of swimwear, as worn by a beautiful princess. Wasted on the likes of you, it is. Wow. Okay, fuck off. Give me the swimsuit. There we go. Yoink my swimsuit now. Yoink my swimsuit now, bitch. It's like that one meme. I won't hesitate, bitch. Give me the swimsuit right now. I won't hesitate, bitch. Where are you? My bitch now, bitch. Yeah, true. I give you the swimsuit. Wow. I got a lot of good shit. What the fuck was that? Flan. Give you more defense, I guess. Magical attack. More magical attack for you as well. Magical defense. Fuck that shit on you. I guess I can magical defense on you. Holy fuck. I didn't realize it was gonna fucking fill you up that fucking full. Evasion. Oh fuck. I did the wrong one, but whatever. Hey, you need more accuracy anyways. Don't really mind it. More accuracy, good. Okay. Oh, you're quite full as well. Don't know how, but sure. Okay, sure. Last. Is this the last one? Wait, no way. No way, this is like the last one. Errand complete, errand complete. There's this guy as well, hold on. I need to get this guy real quick. Okay, what do you want? Because you want fucking research. Travels atop a blue flower. Proud creature that has found its niche in the glittering grotto. And the third piles snow upon its head. What? Brr. Brr. I don't know what the fuck you're saying, but huh? Was? Was? Anyways. I'm gonna do the main mission real quick, and then we'll see about that. You. Oh, hello to you. You are being Oliver, yes? Crikey, Ollie boy. There you were with Tomtus for buddies, and you never even told us that they're secretive. Or you are. I don't. Who are you? How do you know my name? I'm learning it from my teacher, yes? She is being your biggest fan. Your teacher? My teacher, yes. She is coming to our village to study the ancient archaeology. I am being her pupil, yes? Hello to you. I am being Ake. Oh, okay? Okay. You're studying archaeology, but you're a snow person. Yes, Otomte. Yes, I'm being okay. Hello there, okay. Perhaps you like to introduce me to your new friends? Oh shit, a furry! Oh, teacher, hello to you. You're being very late. Yes. Oh my, Oliver! Goodness, this is such a privilege. Oh crap, you're in the furry igloo, true. Imagine the great wizard Oliver coming all the way out here in this frozen corner of the world. Oh, I'm gonna fucking come! Oh, but oh, how perfectly rude of me. I must introduce myself. I'm Tabitha. I'm a researcher and a professor, sorry. I've been reading all about your exploits in the Daily Yarn, sorry. You literal pussy magnet, true. You're quite the news personality, sorry. The Daily Yarn, eh? That's how you, Grimmelkins learn what's going on in the world, ain't it? Well, aren't you a knowledgeable little thing? Yes, the Daily Yarn is the premier news provider for Grimmelkin across the world. And lately, we have all been glued to the tales of your adventure. Gee, thanks. Thank you, ma'am. It's kind of embarrassing, but thanks. What? Perfect nonsense. Embarrassing? Don't be silly. You're a hero by the way, I have something to tell you. You're here in search of one of the magic stones to help restore your wand to its former glory, aren't you? How did you... Yes, that's exactly why we're here. Then you're in luck. I am a professor of archaeology, you see. I'm going to tell you everything I know about Mornstar. Crikey, what are the chances of that, eh? There's a turn up for the books. Yeah, not at all. Now, according to my research, Mornstar was fashioned by none other than the Wizard King himself. And just prior to settling down to his eternal slumber, he divided the incredible power of the wand and sealed the inside of the three magic stones. The stones were entrusted to his most faithful followers in order to prevent the wand's power from falling into the wrong hands. His most faithful followers, huh? Do you think that creature we fought on the Tombstone trial could have been one of them? Now, concentrate. Prepare yourself for the most important part of what I have to tell you, if my theory is correct. One of those followers and the stone they were entrusted with is in a cave beyond this village known as the Glittering Grotto. Bingo! That must be where the map of the stones was pointing us to. Yeah. The map of the stones, you mean? You mean you knew precisely where it was already, so I haven't helped you at all. How inexpressibly disappointing. There we go. No, that's not true. We didn't... Hey, Arkham. No, that's not true. We didn't know anything about the Wizard King or his followers, or any of that. Thank you, Professor. Professor Tabitha, what kind of place is this Glittering Grotto? Well, as I mentioned, it's a cave just beyond Yule. A cave marked on ancient maps as the Mall of the Mountain King. My theory is that the Mountain King and the Wizard King are one and the same. Anyway, the cave has the power to suck objects in the darkest depths. All of which leads me to theorize that one of the Wizard King's magic stones may well be hidden in the deepest part of the grotto. Uh-oh, I got a funny feeling about this. Yes, I'm sure you have. You great big wimp. It's called terror. No, it's not. Shut up. It's intrepidness and excitement. But before you go rushing off in pursuit of the stone, you need permission of the village elder to enter the Glittering Grotto. The village elder? Precisely. But he's always at the he's away at the gathering of the elders at the moment. You have to wait until tomorrow to meet him. I was hoping to be able to accommodate you at my home, but I'm afraid there's not enough room to swing a cat. She wants to have sex with him. And he's like 12. What? It's okay. You've done more than enough for us already. Thank you so much, Professor Tabitha. Don't be silly, it's me who should be thanking you. It's not every day you get to provide a renowned hero with help on his legendary quest. There should be room for you at all at the inn, just inside the entrance of the village. I wish you a perfectly wonderful night's rest. Okay. I guess we're literally sleeping. But I don't want to sleep just yet. Should I really sleep? Wait, hold on. You know what? What other places that I had to go other than like there? Sleep to advance the plot and maybe open the cave. Well, that's later. But also at the same time, I want to go this way first. Is it this way? Yeah, this way. Whoa! 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 Jesus! I forgot about that. I forgot I literally had an upgrade for that. Whoops. Sorry. Vault of Tears. No mode in chat, right? What the fuck? The Vault of Tears. Cursed Crypt of the Cobra King. Uh-oh. Gah! Where have we ended up in the, this time? I've known prisons that looked more inviting. Another damp old ruin, is it? K-word. My lantern's going to end up covered in mold. Caked. I tell you. Does the lantern really go moldy? You know, that's not really important right now. You're not wrong there, Ollie boy. It looks like we have found the place we are after. One of the magic stones should be somewhere in here. Oh, wait. Can I drop off, like, this one? Probably do not need this anymore. Like, fuck that shit, honestly. No mods. Mutts not here. Mods are gone, honestly. I'm not feeling any better about this place. Actually, Yorkie is still here, I think. If I'm not mistaken, Yorkie is still here. I'm not feeling any better about this place. I just wish it could be a bit less creepy. Take this, for example, a statue of a snake. Who in the right mind would choose that as an ornament? A nutter that... Wait, what? Who in their right mind would choose that as an ornament? A nutter! That's who, like someone who nuts on the statue? Yo, someone's a nutter on the statue of the snake. Hell yeah. Hold on, are you saying you're scared of snakes, Sweeney? I mean, if you're into scaly, true. Of course not. And what is it? What is it to you if I am anyway? Why do you... Uh-oh. Hey, did anyone else just see that? Huh? Just now, the statue's eyes, they glowed. Oh, I see. Trying to be funny, are you? Well, it doesn't suit you, Oliver. Huh? Oh! Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Nutters of all kind? You would nut all over the sky. Yeah, true. What the flipping heck is going on? Have we turned into frogs? It's a curse! What are we going to do? Don't make such a fuss, man. Mun. It's not like it's made us smaller or anything. Speak for yourself! So how are we going to turn back to normal? Ribbit. What's that? Ribbit. Oh wait, no. Gosh! What a colorful frog! Ribbit. Wait up! Where are you going? Was that frog cursed by the statue as well, then? Do you think it's actually a human, someone who came here before us? Maybe it knows something about this place. Let's go after it. Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm a fucking frog now. Hold up, Ollie boy. Whatever monster attacks us, we're in no state to put up a fight, man. Well, I guess, but we have to go after that rainbow-colored frog, Mr. Drippy. Wait a minute. We might be in a bit of a froggy side, but your familiars could still be okay. Have a look, will you? Gee, you're right. They seem just fine. Interesting, that. The curse only seems to affect humans and fairies, of course. Well, let's count our blessings, shall we? At least we've got your familiars to protect us if a monster fancies frogs for lunch. Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, first off, many fights. Sweeney won't steal things as a frog. True. What the fuck? Did they just jump? The fuck? Hello. Oh shit, not defense, sorry. Offense. There you go. I want to see them jumping again. Fox jump when they're happy. Bruh. I want to see them all together again. I need them to jump all together again. I'll go this way first. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, whatever. Wait, can I go under this thing? Oh, I can. Fuck! Ah, fine. I'll follow you then. I'll take my fucking like stuff later. Boo. What the fuck? What? Can I not jump here? Wow, that frog is far. Oh yes, I am indeed a frog now. I have become a frog. A cute one. Look how cute he is. Look how cute it is. Keep you away from the froglins? No. I'm sure that frog came over here, over by here. Oh, there it is. Stop, please. Ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit. Come on, everybody. We have to go after it. He's right. We can't let it get away. Get back here, you mongrel. Oh, I'm tired. Jesus. Uh-oh. Led to a trap. Oh, wait. That's not a trap. Woohoo! We're back to normal. Phew. The novelty of being a frog wears off pretty quickly, eh? Come back, you mother frogger. I know. And having to speak in that awful frog language was just tiring. Too rare bit, man. I mean, too right. Looks like Drippy misses his old foggy form. Anyway, we should get back to searching for that stone. Wait, what if... I think that rainbow-colored frog was trying to lead us here. So why hasn't it changed back into a human like we did? Maybe it was just a normal frog all along. I don't know, but it is curious. Well, I'm sure they will bump into it again before long, ain't it? Now then, let's start looking for that stone, shall we? Sure thing. Let's take a look around these ruins. God, this is gonna be a fucking long... Jesus. Look how long this fucking place is. A big and long. This place is actually big and long. Holy fuck. Okay. Hey, you! Give me my XP. I want my XP.
We're under attack. Here goes.
Give me my XP, bitch. I still have no idea what Nino Kuni is in like English. And then he kept shouting the word Nino. What is Nino Kuni in English? Like I assume it's like a Japanese name anyways, or a Japanese saying. Is it just Nino Kuni? Get out of the way, you fucker. The second land. Oh. Oh, he's saying needle. Oh shit. Holy shit, both of the fucking orbs. Both orbs came around. Holy fuck. Okay. I'm guessing that's a no. Inokuni, second country, a second country of 2. Oh, I see. Pie on a bone. Got me a pie on a bone. A cream pie on a bone. Silent Hill is a Nino Kuni. Bruh. Yeah, I guess yes. That's technically correct that Nino Kuni is technically Silent Hill as well. Okay, where do I go from here? I want to see what's over here real quick. Can I even go here? No, water, it's okay. This game is an isekai.
Stay calm now. Here goes.
I probably do not know what an isekai is. I'm trying to think what an isekai is. Fantasy? Wait. Wow, what the fuck?
We did it.
It was long before isekai got really popular. Oh fuck, I'm in a Nyx trap. What the fuck's a Nyx trap? Oh, it's just confusion. Oh, okay, whatever. Nah. I need the Nyx be gone. Yeah, Nyx be gone.
Come on. Here goes.
Get out of here, you fucking tail sucker.
We did it.
Fucking sucking tails. Every single time this fucking thing sucks tails. Sucks their own tails. I don't even know why. Scaredy cat sucking its own tail. I need to stop being. Oh my god. I need to. How do I say this word without being like racist? That's how it is. Like, how do I become? How do I become not Nyx? Who does very hard, G? I need to be not that.
We did it!
It's hard for it's hard for me to say it. In the context of the game, I'm cursed. How do I take away such curse then? How do I go over there? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Okay. This horse still playing? True.
Fancy your chances, do you?
Here goes!
We're gonna fuck these guys up so hard, like holy fuck. Okay. So I just had to backtrack my way. Is it backtracking? Oh yeah, it is backtracking. God fucking damn it. Oh my god. Okay, please don't fucking see me. Yeah, get away from me, you little bitch. You too. Don't you dare. There, thank you. Even though very good XP, I probably need to get the fuck out of. Oh my god, Jesus. I was about to say I want to get the fuck in as quickly as possible. So there's that. Neo 46 and the other one as well, which is good. Yeah. Hey, wait, is that the rainbow frog? Yo, what up? Hey, yo, what up? Hey, yo, what up? Ribbit, ribbit. Wait. Wait a minute. Wait. What the fuck? Wait, hold on. They turned the fox gay. Yep. Nice fox. Help him, please. Who's him? Oh, in there? Oh, fuck that. Not yet. Not yet, my dude. Not yet. I will not help him yet. I will search around this area first, and then I shall help him. Never mind, I shall help him right now because I have nothing to search about. I was thinking about searching, but nope. Committing war crimes in there? Hello? Any war crimes in there? Where are we? Crikey, this place is a bit blinking grim. Must be a prison or something. Is there someone there? Holy shit, a frog! Oh, who's that? It's a flipping frog. Another one. Another one? Do you mean to say there's someone else, that someone else has been blighted by my curse? Actually, we were cursed and turned into frogs ourselves, but we didn't look like you do. Leave now. You must leave this place. It is dangerous. Huh? But you... Do not waste time worrying about me. What's the matter? Are you hurt? Oh, Oliver, we got to do something. Yes, we have to help him. I guess I can use my use magic to get this door open. Let's give it a try. Furry equals curse. He became a scaly. I can't believe this. Whatever it is. Arthropod? Arthropod? I don't know. What are you doing? Leave me alone, I beseech you. Wait a minute, are you the Frog Prince? You know who I am, but how? The Frog Prince of the desert. Yours haven't been kind on Kermit. Goddamn, he becomes fat. That's you, isn't it? The one who left his kingdom abandoning his princess. What are you going on about, Esther? Are you trying to confuse us or something? Huh. It wouldn't take much to confuse the likes of you, Swaney. I'm just a big shot, alright? I didn't think we were going to bump into a prince from a fairy tale, did I? Fairy tale? I see. So that's how you know of me. Now let me think. Yes, I remember. Alright, listen carefully. Oh, fuck. Once upon a time, before the fathers of our fathers were born, something else. I don't even know. Then one day, the kingdom was attacked by a monstrous serpent. The beast so hideous stuck fear in all who saw it, a terrible evil creature. The prince decided that in order to defeat the serpent, he would have to drink a certain mysterious... whatever it is. I don't even know. The fucking... Reading time. What? Why would he drink a potion that turned him into a frog? A frog doesn't stand a chance of beating a snake. I haven't finished the story yet. I told you to listen carefully, didn't I? Not to ask stupid questions. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. The reason he decided to turn into the frog was to lull the serpent into a false sense of security by becoming one of its favorite foodstuff, if I recall correctly. Yes. My apologies. Please continue. So the prince turned himself into a frog, for he had a plan. He knew that the serpent would not be able to resist eating him, and that it was I can't read. This thing is like going so fucking fast. What the fuck? Dude, stop! Stop! How is it going so fucking fast? Oh no. Dude, she's hot, not gonna lie. And he's hot, not gonna lie. Wait, you know about the fucking lion vor and dragon vor, by the way, Shark? I'm pretty sure you know, you knew about the lion vor and the shark, the dragon vor, in this game. She waited, you say. I see that it's truly become a surely has become a fairy tale. Gee, that's a pretty sad story. Every girl in Alma Moon is told that story when they're young. This game though. Okay, so basically there was a prince. I'm gonna talk about this real quick. There was a prince who was supposed to be king, and then he got vored by a lion, but stayed alive inside the lion's tummy, and then the lion became a king because the prince, the prince who was inside the lion's tummy was supposed to be king, but because the lion vored the prince, he became king instead. So they worked things out. They worked things out for years, and then afterwards they got a request of killing two dragons, the dragons of the east and the dragon of the west. They went to the dragon of the east first because it was the bigger one among the two. And the dragon of the east actually vored the fucking lion, who vored the fucking prince. And the lion was still alive in the dragon's tummy. So now the dragon, because the prince has been vored by the lion, with the lion has been vored by the dragon, now he has become fucking king of the whole village. So his task was to kill the lion, the dragon of the west. So they killed the dragon of the east, killed the dragon of the west, And then the lion was like, yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. And then tickled the fucking tummy of the dragon of the east in order for him to get out. And then 10 years has gone by since like the prince got vored. And he got out of the lion's tummy because, you know, it was time for him to get out. And then he was pronounced king. So that's the whole story of it. It's so weird. But Vor, we love Vor, I guess. we love Vor. Everyone cries the first time they hear it. You speak of it as if it were a work of fiction. Oh, I'm sorry, Prince Ali. Prince Ali. Vor solves all the... Yes. Prince Ali. It has been a very long time since anyone has called me by my name. Well then, shall I tell you to the final chapter of your fairy tale? Final chapter? So the prince left princess behind and turned his back on his kingdom. The princess was named Yasmina. By the way, she was the love of the prince's life, and yet he abandoned her. Many years passed. The prince remained a frog, only to find to his dismay that he was unable to die. Yet he was destined to live as a frog forever, even after his kingdom has been razed to the ground. That's just terrible. Ha! I may have suffered, but it is nothing compared to the pain I caused my beloved Yasmina. Indeed, I feel something that this is just punishment. But why are you in a cell, your highness? It is the serpent, Apep. Apep? Apep. He has returned. Someone brought him back to life. I don't think there are many people who could breathe new life into an ancient monster. Yeah, I can only think of one. You mean Shadar? Apep wasted no time in taking his revenge. That is how I came to be imprisoned here. Who can say how long he intends to prolong my agony? Have I not suffered enough to remain in this form, to live without my beloved? Oliver, isn't there a spell you can cast to bring Prince Ali back to normal? You mean something to lift the curse that turned him into a frog? Hang on a flipping minute, man. Why don't we use that magic circle that lifted our froggy curse? You're right. It worked for us. Maybe it'll work for him. But surely you did not consume the same shape-shifting potion that I did. Well, it wasn't a potion, no. But that's not important right now. Come on, your highness. Let's give the magic circle a try. Kuzabi's magic truly reside in this temple. And what if I were to become human again? What new torments would Apep devise for me then? You mustn't think about things like that, your highness. We have to try at least. Now come with us. We'll take you straight to the magic circle. Alright, to the magic circle it is. Wait, can I even light this thing up? Okay, I can't. He told Ellie to press. Fuck me. Huh. Looks to me there are some runes on the wall here, Ollie boy. But we can have a gander at them soon, ain't it? We need to get okay. Okay, I'll do that soon. Looks like a nice puzzle. Alright, magic circle. Prince Ali, that's the magic circle that lifted our curse. A magic circle? Could such thing really have the same effect on me? Well, there's only one way to find out. Yes, you are right. Go to the circle! Bitch! Omega lol! What? I don't understand. He's standing in front of in the magic circles just like we did, but nothing happened. The poor fellow's been like that for thousands of years. We're only cursed for a few minutes. I'm so sorry, Prince Ali. I didn't mean to get your hopes high. There's no need to apologize. I was rather expecting this to happen. I do not believe my curse will be lifted while Apep draws breath. He's doubtless using his own file magic to strengthen his hold. Well then, it's pretty obvious what we need to do, ain't it? Mr. Drippy's right, there's only one thing for it. Surely not. Surely you are not going to try and defeat Apep. That would be unspeakably reckless. I shall assist you. I must. No, you can't fight him, Prince Ali. Not in your condition. Don't worry, Prince Ali. You can count on us. We'll defeat Apep and lift your curse. I believe you. Something about you makes me believe. Apep looked deep within these ruins. I shall take you to him. Show me where, you froggy prince. Here? Okay. What? Oh. Wait, what? Oh, wait. Wait, hold on. Oh, fuck me, you fucking dumbass. Sorry. Wait, why did I levitate? Why am I fuck? I didn't mean to levitate, sorry. Didn't mean to levitate. I mean to swing puppets little ways in the old bazaar. No. No. Stop it. Right now. Are you gonna take me there? Or I'm just gonna go by myself. I'm just gonna go by myself. Come on, be the first on your block to meet his eye. Make way, here come. No! Stop! Right meow. Right meow. Ali Jesus. Hey look, a chest.
Here, take that.
Storm Serpent Scales. Prince Ali, mighty he is. Ali Ababwa. You're silly. Honestly, you're silly. You're making it silly as fuck. Wait, no, that's a usual chest. Green mask cloak. Wait, green man's cloak? What? Hold on. What? What? Oh wow, this is shit. Shit cloak, not gonna lie. I have 2 of these? I didn't even realize I have 2 of these. Is that a song or something? That maybe that's making me think it's a song or something. Prince Aligma boss. Fucking AJ. Fucking AJ with his dumbass fucking comments on the Ligma balls. You have got to watch the good cartoons. Wait. Do I still have to? What? Hold on. Anal lad and then the magic is that porno? Is that porno? That sounds to me like a porno. Excuse me, AJ, that sounds like a porno. Oh, that's Aladdin! Oh, fuck. Okay. I totally forgot about Aladdin, honestly. I have like no childhood cope. Very much cope. No childhood at all. What can I do here? Jasmine was a massive cuck fiend. What? What? It's not this one. Only, I mean, if you're true to one guy. You always stay true to one guy. You fucking like, I don't know. Don't be a cook. Don't suck cocks, I guess. Some kind of mechanism. Is this the mechanism? What? I have no idea what the fuck is showing me. She's just wanting to get that tiger cock out. I knew it. I knew it. She just wanted tiger cock and that's about it. Do I have to push this thing? Something along the lines of that? Hold on. What am I? Do I have to do something else? Hold on. I'm like a bit confused on this one. Congrats for the Hour stream again. True. I'm so confused right now though. Am I doing something wrong? I feel like I'm doing something wrong. What is this star? I'm like at the star. What? Did I go I went everywhere, right? Huh? Or did I just like fuck it up or something? Yeah. Hold on. No. Am I dumb? I'm probably dumb and I can't see it. God. Okay, let me check on this thing real quick. Okay, so I can't really do anything about that. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I am confused. I am utter confused. Maybe because I'm tired right now. Like, holy shit, I've been streaming for 8 hours now. I don't even know what the fuck to do at the moment. There was a star there. Okay, let me actually see this real quick. Oh, is it under here? Oh my god. It's under. You fucking... Wait, is it this? No, no. No, it can't be. Can it be? Hold on. Is it this thing? It is this thing. Ah, okay. Oh, fuck. I got... I don't want to say the... I don't want to say it. It's so weird for me to say it. It's like, yeah, I got... I got N-word again. Like, yeah, sure. Sure, my dude. First the K word, now the N word. You got... No. Tidy, let's go. Alright, fight this fucking idiot. Idiot. Or whatever it is. Whatever the name's called, honestly. I don't remember. That's a stone. That's one of the magic stones. Oh no! I got flashbang. Holy shit! Ip ip, ip ip. Whoa, he's hot. Holy fuck! Oh god, my furry senses are tingling right now. What the fuck? That just means my cock is just hard right now. God damn! What the fuck? My snake is naked and solid. You got V. I flipping hate snakes. I do. Make sure that's okay. Fine, fine, fine. Shut the fuck up. Sure. Sweeney got a fucking armor? How the fuck did he get an armor? How did Sweeney got an armor? Like all of a sudden he just got an armor. Uh-oh. What the fuck? Oh, I'm cursed. Whatever. Only cursed, and that's about it. Got nice nails. Dude, he looks hot as fuck. Is this no, that's a fucking hot snake, honestly. Oh shit, he's dead. That's it. Get out of here, you snake.
Nice work.
Rip snake. Gone. Gone for life. GG. Gaina's trick slot. Oh shit. The stone. Wow. Wow. The moonstone, wow. That's pretty cool. That is it. One of the Mornstar's magic stones. So that slimy Ip had it all along, did he? Good work, Ollie boy. I'm speechless. I can scarcely believe that Ip has been defeated yet. Oh! Oh! Prince Ollie! This! It's the curse! The curse is lifting! Okay, how pretty is this boy? Nah, he's fucking ugly. I can't believe this. Ugh. I'm Prince Ollie? Wow, it's a miracle! He's human again after all these years! It seems I have returned to my normal. To right you have. So what are you still looking for, so glum for? Though I am human once more, my kingdom is not, but ruins. And she's long gone. Our story has already become fairy tale. Everyone knows how it ends. But your highness. Oh shit! Oh shit! Come on, my dude! Do it! Do it now! You're that frog we saw before. Where have you been all this time? A frog? Oh god, is this the princess and the frog? Yo. Let me go, let's go! You know, this frog helped us back when we were cursed. In fact, it led us straight to you. Truly, how very... Hey yo! Don't kiss multicolored frogs. Oh man. Where the heck did she come from? Surely not. Surely this is impossible. Yasmina! My beautiful princess Yasmina! Huh? Huh? Ali! I've been waiting for you. Waiting for so long. And I was a frog as well, just like you. Is this a dream? Are you really? But how? Hang on a minute. That colorful frog we saw was actually a princess? I think I'm gonna cry. I drank the same potion as you, Ali. The potion that changed you into a frog. The one that cursed you. I thought if I were cursed as well, then you would not be alone. You did this for me? I always believed that we would meet again, Ali. I knew that your curse would be lifted one day. I had only to wait and wait. Yasmina! Ali! Thank you from the bottom of my heart. You need not worry about us anymore. We are together again, and that is all that matters. Yes, we will finally be able to spend our lives together, just as we always wished. But where are you going, and where are you going to go? Alibaba? No. I didn't want to mention it like your kingdom. Well, it ain't what it was. Seen better days and all that. That is true. Though this is also a magnificent city in its own right. I feel sure that we can make it to our home, whatever. Indeed, it is a fine city, and we should not dwell on the past. We should think about what we can contribute to the world of today. Have you considered becoming babana merchants? My father really enjoys it, and the free babanas are a real bonus. Babanas? What are they? Alright, I suppose they didn't have babanas back in your day. You really should try one, Your Highness. They're delicious. They sound wonderful. I cannot wait to taste my I can't wait to taste my first babana. Ah, yes. Your Highness. I will give you your first babana. And it's a dark one, you see? It's a dark one, you see? It's nice to see you smiling. You're really lucky to have been given a second chance at happiness, you know? Don't let it slip away. Swainy's right. You waited thousands of years for this moment. Indeed. And it is thanks to you that it has finally arrived. You know, Esther, I think you'd better change the ending of that fairy tale. Everyone knows BBC stands for Big Babana Kick. Big Babana. Oh, yes, absolutely. And what will the new ending be? And they lived happily ever after. The end. Let me think. Please, wait. Do not be so hasty in writing the ending of our story, I beseech you. Yeah, I suppose this fairy tale isn't over yet, is it? Certainly not. Indeed, I feel that it is to be continued. Hee hee. Haha. Hee hee ha ha. Hee hee ha ha. Right. Let's get a move on, shall we? I reckon that the happy couple might want some time alone. Sex! Of course. Huh? Why? You've got a lot to learn, Ollie boy. You really have. Anyway, that's quite enough talking. Let's get walking. We've got things to do. You know? Alright, bye-bye. You're gonna do it, Froggies? Yes, we should go. I'm sure we will see, we'll be seeing this fairy tale couple again soon anyway. Poggers. Oh, hell yeah. The Bearman and the Princess Tears. The fuck? I don't even know what to do right now. Oh wait, no. I need one more. Yeah. I forgot about you. Yeah. Who? Esther's about to level up. I forgot about that. Yeah, Esther's about to rank up. So, level up. Sorry. Just need one more fight, and then we are good to go, I guess. Yeah, that should be good. I hope. That's the rank up. Okay, that's the level up that I need. There you go. Okay. Now, I do have to save right here. If I could save. There we go. Save. Alright. So we're done with one stone. I know there's gonna be 2 more stones that's gonna be coming up pretty soon as well. There are also, if I'm not mistaken, a bunch of like other errands that I need to do as well, and then a little bit of bounty hunting as well. I probably would do that the next time I come back to this game. So yeah, I'm gonna be stopping for the night, and that's about it for today's stream. Thank you very much for actually sticking by to Ni no Kuni. I think I'm gonna be, yeah, I'm still gonna be streaming tomorrow, I would think. Yeah, I would think that I'm still gonna be streaming tomorrow, but in the meantime, thank you guys for actually sticking by. I will see you guys tomorrow, I think. I hope tomorrow, because tomorrow I'm probably gonna be streaming a little bit like shorter, because the next day after I need to actually wake up early and actually go out to somewhere on Saturday. So yeah. Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys. Take care. Love you guys. Let's see who I can raid. How much? I don't know. I really don't know. So if someone knows like how far am I from the ending of the game, like from the 3 stones part, like how far am I right now? I'm probably like at halfway. Like I'm literally halfway in the game, I think. Let me see who I can host actually. I'm probably gonna host it off to actually, is Gidano? I want to see if Gidano's like partner or something. Hey Joko. Gidano's not partner yet. He's coming to be partner, honestly, so I wanna like host it off to him anyways. Give me a sec while I actually do this real quick. Don't worry, you're almost out of the prologue. I don't even know how long this game is gonna be like. I really just do not know how long this game is gonna be. Anyways, oh god, my computer's lagging. Raid Gidano. He's doing, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he's doing more Bloodborne speedruns, I think. What's out of the gulag? God damn. He's doing more, Bloodborne speedruns. He's been grinding a lot on the, stuff lately. He's been grinding a lot on, if I'm not mistaken, he's grinding a lot on, what is it called? Dark Souls. And, yeah, I'm come in stream and GG. Yeah, I mean, I've already like finished my session of the game anyways. So anyways, thank you guys for saying goodbye. I will see you guys. Take care. Love you guys. See you. Bye.